Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
Deal. Excuse me, this is a 2-minute warning and we'll get started. So if you wanted to take your seats, we'll start shortly.
Good.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to start here now. So if everybody's not in their seats, we'll give you another 10, 20 seconds. I would like to officially call this meeting of council to order. Because this is a special meeting of council, we have some housekeeping matters to take care of. The city of Belleville acknowledges we are meeting today on the traditional territory of many nations. The municipality operates on the unceded and unsurrendered lands of our Indigenous peoples. We recognize and honor their historic relationship of Indigenous peoples to this land and acknowledge our shared obligation to respect, honor, and sustain these lands and the natural resources contained within. We recognize First Nation, Métis, and Inuit who call Belleville their home and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship with them. We look forward to fostering a path towards reconciliation and show respect for Indigenous peoples who first lived and currently live on the lands where we now reside. It's my pleasure to officially welcome you here today and sincere thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend today's important Homeless Summit. Homelessness is something that affects 235,000 people in Canada. Locally, the number is rising, and it has become very apparent that we need to focus on this issue here in Belleville. Today, we have asked all of you to attend as you are important partners and stakeholders in our community and all deal with homelessness on one level or another. It is important that we hear from you and receive your feedback and guidance in regard to how we move forward. We are so fortunate to be partnered today with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. On a personal level, I am thrilled to be working with Tim Richter, President and CEO of the Alliance. Once again, I worked with Tim in 2019 when we put together Motion 225, Veterans Homelessness in Canada. I was fortunate enough to work with Tim in creating this private members bill that focuses on ending veterans homelessness by 2025. When Councilor Carr came to me with this idea of Homeless Summit in the city of Belleville, I knew immediately we had to reach out to Tim and his team at the Alliance. Now I'll call Councilor Carr up for a few words here now.
Thank you, Mayor Ellis. Good morning, everyone. I just want to briefly thank City Council for endorsing today's summit, Hastings County for their collaboration as the service manager, the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness for their expertise, and city staff for doing the logistical organization for today's event. But most importantly, I want to thank you, the community that's come out here to attend today, the organizations and agencies that you represent and the work you do every day makes a difference in people's lives. It's important that we integrate those services and provide wraparound continuum of care in order to support the vulnerable in our community. But today is about listening to experts and developing a plan with aims and measures to reduce and ultimately end homelessness in our community. And I'm looking forward to the plan that will come out of today's event. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Carr. The first initial contact was made late last year, and fast forward today, we have been able to create an effective agenda. I want to thank Tim, Chantel, and Kat for the Alliance for their assistance in putting together today's agenda. You are the experts, and we are eager to learn from you today. We have Hastings County staff here today, led by Director of Social Services, Connor Dory. Hastings County is our service provider of homelessness, and we have been working with the Alliance for over a year. We are looking forward to you sharing what you have been working on a local level. A special thank you for being here today and partnering with us on this initiative. As a city and a council, we have much to do as we focus on ending homelessness. Today is about sharing, learning, and collaborating. We have a heavy agenda for the day, so let's get this under the way. Thank you. I would now like to call upon MP Ryan Williams for a few words. Ryan?
Thank you, Mayor, and to Council. Thank you for putting this on today and being the host for this very important discussion. Of course, the ongoing discussion. I was very lucky to be here 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago, and we had the first discussion from the city. And I think what's really important is we're back. I think, I think the biggest thing that can be said about this is this situation, this crisis that we're in for this region is something that touches every single government, every single organization, every single person in this community, because it's not just a simple issue. I think back about 150 years ago, maybe 400 years ago, it was easy in a community where someone didn't have a house, didn't have housing, you just built the house. You just took care of them. And in this complex society and governments, how we've created these systems, it's really become really hard to fix what should be a very, very simple problem. And therefore, it has to be everyone in this room that comes together, talks about the shared problems. We talk about how to take steps, meaningful steps to fix them. And the big thing that I talk about is making sure we have targets to fix them, hard targets that we can really look at. The biggest thing that really stops housing across this whole country is us. When we look at why we can't get housing built, it's NIMBYism is the biggest hurdle that we come across. And I say that from being a former member of the Planning Advisory Committee for Belleville. I see that in hearing it from the higher level of the federal government. And I certainly see it from talking to developers and real estate agents across the area when we just talk about the simplicity of trying to put a house in and how hard it's been for us and how hard we've made it to actually put a house in the ground. When we talk about housing in Toronto, for instance, it can take 10 years right now to put a mid-rise or high-rise into the ground, 10 years to build housing. When we talk about planning, even for planning for these cities, a lot of times we do official plan projects, and official plans can take 4, 5, 6 years. I think for one of our municipalities here, it was 15 years to get that plan in place. So you think about how long it takes for a plan. And when you think about a subdivision, a developer and investor has to start developing or putting a plan together, submit it, get through all the various forms of government and approvals. And by the time that can be done, and the time to point we get to a house to sale or to put it to market, it can be sometimes 6, 7 years, even in this region. So, we really have to look at, I think, breaking down barriers. I'd like to see that as a theme that you look at today. What can we do to break down barriers to get more housing started? Let's look at ways that we can look at mixed middle or to be more dynamic in how we build housing. And we have to look in ourselves to say, how do we allow more housing in our own backyards? Or as we call it, banana people, which is don't build anything around anyone at any time, right? We have to really look and say, what can we do? So one of the messages I wanted to bring today was, let's set targets today. If council and mayor, if you can look at hard targets, and then let's look at like a report card that once we've set those targets every month, or at least 4 times a year, every quarter, you look back and say, how are we doing? And it's not just the city of Belleville, it's also working with our 3 municipalities here, and also with Hastings County, but also with all of Eastern Ontario. If we have one of the only shelters here in Belleville, and we have Kate's Rest in Prince Edward County, and no one else is developing shelter, then Belleville and Bay Equity region is shouldering the shelter need. If we have one of the only transitional houses here, and Shiloh House is doing an incredible job, and I'll speak just for a second on Shiloh House. Shiloh House, to me, transitional housing is something we need to celebrate and we need to replicate. Because Shiloh House moves people away from shelter into where they can learn life skills, get mental health help and addiction support, can find the support they need from the community in order to move into the third part, which is affordable market rent. People right now are having a tough time paying for groceries, heat, and to just afford the mortgage payments on their homes. To have someone move out to a transitional housing into a rent, which is $2,500, nobody can do that. So we really have to work on supply and abundance of supply, and working with the third example I wanted to talk about today, which is partnerships on developers or development. And the best partnership I've seen, and I know he's here in the back, Phil Spry and Bob Cottrell, so All Together Housing and Bob Cottrell's group. And what they've done, what they figured out the funding formula from the federal government. We have a lot of money. I mean, the federal government talks about $89 billion they've spent on housing in the last 6 years. But the funding formula this group has figured out is to put a non-for-profit group together with the developer. The non-for-profit group handles some of the applications, they handle the funding grant applications, and they handle the relationships with the organizations that deal with mental health and addictions and support and the need. And then they've partnered with a developer who takes the risk. You still need a developer to take the risk in order to say, I'm going to put my money behind this project, even though there's grants and everything else, in order to make sure it's built. Because that's what we need in this country, is we need more people taking risks in order to build more homes. Government doesn't build homes, people build homes. But again, this is something that I think we should be looking at. I talk about in Ottawa. I know that we're talking about it in the province. What's the best example? And I'll give my final credit to Hastings County. Their 7 and 7 plan is brilliant because it actually puts numbers to paper and something that we can look forward to supporting. And how do we come together? $3 billion, which has to come from 3 levels of government. But again, looking at the need for homes in our region, but also in Eastern Ontario, and then the need to fill those. So a lot of good things that are happening, but leave it back to, we need to look within ourselves to break down those barriers. We need to set goals, and then let's come back and set a report card. But a lot of work to do. Let's work together. Thanks for everyone for coming today. It's really important.
I would now like to call upon the Honorable Todd Smith.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Mayor Ellis, and thanks to the council members and staff and all of the guests for being here today. Thanks to MP Ryan Williams. You're right. There's a lot of good things happening. There's a lot of good things happening in our community, but they're not happening fast enough. It seems like every time you move forward on something, you're taking 2 steps backwards. And so we are seeing a lot of progress. There's no question about it, but there is more that we can do. And that's why we're here today, to discuss what we can do. I prepared some remarks here this morning to share with you. It's great to be here with my colleague, MPP Rick Breezy, as well. We've been moving a lot of things forward through the legislature, and I know Rick is going to talk about some of those things when he comes up in just a couple of minutes' time. But we've seen incredible numbers, increasing numbers of people impacted by addictions. The opioid crisis is huge. The homelessness issue, just the state of wellness in general, has declined after the pandemic. And, this condition impacts the public services that are in place to keep us safe, those emergency services, our hospitals, and our social service agencies. It really does put a strain on them and you folks who are providing those services in our community. Our government does recognize that these concerns are real, and we're acknowledging them, and we're putting money towards finding solutions to them. And it seems like if you disengage, it allows that stigma to set in. We don't want that to happen. It becomes even harder. And we want to serve our vulnerable populations and our communities. So thanks to all of you for doing that every day. Early on, when we did become the government in 2018, we committed to a massive $3.8 billion in new funding over 10 years, along with the federal government, as part of our roadmap to wellness. And through our targeted investments, the plan is designed to improve quality and reduce fragmentation across the system, expand existing service delivery, employ innovative solutions, and improve overall access to the services. And healthcare providers and social service agencies are talking together about core services, including treatment and system navigation and crisis response and ongoing support. And new investments are aiming to address child and youth mental health. I had a great conversation yesterday with some folks about child and youth mental health and youth addictions as well, and substance abuse. Interactions with the justice system, aiding first responders, and providing supportive housing for marginalized individuals. We're working to coordinate access to all of these services through programs like 211 and Connects Ontario, centralized intake numbers like 510 Open. All of these efforts are making it faster to find appropriate services closer to home. And building on that strategy, I'm pleased to see that our budget does include an additional $4.25 billion over 10 years that's going to continue to improve the support and give existing community-based providers a 5% increase to their base funding over this time. And I know a lot of the providers that are here in the gymnasium today are probably saying, when are the details coming? When are the details coming? They're coming, trust us. This is the way budgets work, as Neil would know. On Ontario Health has supported a number of innovative programs in this regard. It's great to see Chief Callahan here from the Belleville Police Service, and I know we have partnerships now with our neighboring OPP detachments on Project Impact. It's efforts like that that embed mental health workers in policing environments, and I know Councilor Millet's own daughter is working in this program. It's these counselors that are riding along with police officers in the community and helping officers be there as a resource for them on the road. And I recall a story from Inspector Sherry Meeks, who told me at the time that there was an old school police officer who didn't want to have one of these young counselors in the police cruiser with her. He liked being on the road on his own, and then eventually warmed up to the idea of having the counselors in the police cruiser with him. And one day the counselor was sick and wasn't able to make it to work. And he said, how am I supposed to do my job without her being here by my side? So they've had a tremendous impact on our officers and reducing their time away from doing policing work and allowing the mental health work to be done by the mental health professionals. Community health centers are also working in this realm. I was encouraged by a visit I recently had with Sandy Sidsworth, who I know is here from the Enrichment Center, and Steve Vandehoof from Bridge Street United Church doing amazing work in our downtown. Sheila Bradick as well from the local community health center was on the call that day. And, we do need further coordination, and we're working towards that to address primary care needs in the community, nutrition, shelter needs. All of those things have to be addressed, and it's great to see local service providers collaborating and working together, and we hope that we're able to help them through some of the funding that is coming soon to our service provider at Hastings County. The province is also providing funding for municipal service providers to support programs that help people experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness through poverty reduction, emergency shelter, supportive housing, and other support programs. And one of the great aspects of this funding is that the local municipalities can design programming that meets their individual needs. Ontario's long offered homelessness prevention funding, but we've really augmented that funding over recent years. Minister Steve Clark and I, at the very start of the pandemic in mid-March of 2020, a terrible time, introduced the Social Services Relief Fund at Queen's Park, which I know was put to great work by folks at Hastings County and service providers right across the province. Over $1.2 billion flowed through that SSRF fund to help people during the pandemic and provide solutions during that very, very challenging time. And Ontario has invested more broadly to help municipalities to provide social and community housing since then as well. Starting this year, as announced in our budget a few short weeks ago, Ontario is providing an additional $202 million annually in the Homelessness Prevention Program and Indigenous Supportive Housing Program. That's going to help address homelessness. It's going to help keep people in their homes as well. And in the coming days, MPP Breezy and I are going to share further information about substantial increases locally as a result of this investment. I know Councilor Millet was hoping today was going to be that day. It's not today, Councilor Millet, but we'll make sure that you know when the date is, because it is a significant increase that Connor and his team at Hastings County and the folks at Prince Edward, Lennox, and Addington Social Services are going to be able to use diligently in the community to end homelessness. We're seeing great projects that are supported by Hastings County, like the Grace Inn's homeless shelter. Everybody knows it by now, 21 emergency beds, the Community Development Council's Good Food Boxes program, the Hastings Housing Resource Center, peer support workers, transportation programs that help people access services, and the Salvation Army's Warm Room, all doing great work in our community. We've seen agencies that find funding through our charitable arm, the Ontario Trillium Foundation, and other provincial agencies like Feed Ontario. I had a great meeting yesterday with Suzanne Quinlan and Matt Brown from the Gleaners Food Bank as well, talking about the great work that they do to address and help the homeless population in our region as well through their morning breakfast programs and cafe. Another area I'm really excited about is how Ontario is funding programs that take vulnerable people and give them the skills, both technical and social skills, and the wraparound supports to improve their chances of getting employment. And there are plenty of examples of local organizations that are using the skills development funding. I'm going to be making an announcement a little bit later on today up at Quinte Economic Development Commission in their annual general meeting on Elevate Plus. If you haven't heard about Elevate Plus, I know the mayor certainly has, but he's been there for the graduations. It's people that are on the social assistance roles that spend 4 weeks in a classroom learning the soft skills of being an employee, and then 4 weeks on the shop floor of one of our local manufacturing facilities and learning the job on the floor. And after 8 weeks, they have full-time employment, making good money, and they can get back up on their feet again. Those are the types of programs that we're supporting through the skills development funding. I'm looking forward to making that announcement a little bit later on today with the QEDC folks, and Loyalist College plays a major role in that one as well. And so many organizations locally have received significant amounts of money in the skills development fund to help people get back up on their feet. You know, other models like the Enrichment Center's GIFT, the John Howard Society's Youth Employment Mentorship Series, and similar programs offered by Youth Hub have a similar intent. And these programs can really help, particularly for those who are on ODSP, so they can work part-time if they're able to. We now allow them to make $1,000 a month without any reduction in support to work while receiving their benefits, which is a big step forward and something that community and advocates were asking for. And they also help fill needed roles in our job market right now and offering stability for employers. And lastly, we know that we need more housing of all types, as Ryan mentioned in his comments. We've brought forward now 10 different pieces of legislation since we formed government at the provincial legislature, all aimed at seeing more homes built faster. I'm happy to say that some of the changes that we've made have resulted in record-breaking years when it comes to new rental housing being built across the province. We want to continue with those efforts. We need everybody to play a role in this: provincial government, federal government, municipalities, builders as well. There is much, much more that we can do. It seems like we're constantly making positive announcements to help, but the situation is getting more and more difficult all the time. And that's why an event like this is really, really important. And so I'm glad to be here with my my office manager, my director of legislative affairs and the riding, Jen Kite. I just want to end by saying one quick thing. You know, the reason we're all here is so that we can work together. And it's really, really important. I know social service agencies are talking all of the time about working together. How can we collaborate differently? I know the pandemic really forced that in a lot of cases, that collaboration, but it's great to see that continuing. It's important that all levels of government do it as well. So if there's ever anything that's out there, whether it's red tape or some kind of legislative barrier or something that's happening with one of the ministries at the provincial government that's taking longer than you would like, or even at the federal government, please contact my office. It's that kind of important conversation that we have where we can make a difference. Having been at the legislature as long as I have now for 12 years and now being in cabinet for 5, I know where to get the answers. And it's really easy for me to do that. And Jennifer has become an expert in the 12 years that she's been with me too. So never hesitate to pick up the phone. Everybody in this room, I think, has my number. If you don't, you know where to get me. And I just want to say congratulations on a day like today, Mayor. Thank you.
I would now like to call upon MPP Rick Breezy. I'll help you up on the stage.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I really appreciate the invitation to attend here today. As most of you know, I am a relatively new MPP, but has spent a little bit of time with municipal government over the years previous to this, and I have to extend a very public statement to congratulate Connor Dory on coming over to Hastings Social Services. He used to work with me in Lennox and Addington Social Services. He did a great job there, and I know that he will do an absolutely amazing job here. To the mayor and council, thank you for hosting this. These are incredibly important. At the provincial government, we talk a lot about all of government solutions. It's not just the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, it's also the Ministry of Health, it's also the Ministry of Children and Community Social Services, all different ministries. And one of the pieces that I really wanted to highlight was the fact that this government, for the very first time, put in an Associate Minister of Mental Health. Minister Tabolo is fantastic. He's working towards improving the programs, improving that synergy that Minister Smith was talking about, to make sure that all of the programs work together, whether these people are having challenges with mental health, physical health, addictions. All of these things need to work together in order to make it so that they can become a better part of our society. And housing is a huge part of that, right? Again, you've heard this government talking a lot about the fact that we need to build more houses, and we're working on it. And Minister Smith was talking about some of those programs. We will continue to do that. It is incredibly important, but we also need to make sure that all the other pieces, the social services, the mental health, all of these pieces work together. So we use the phrase an all of government solution. Well, I want to extend that definition. All of government doesn't just mean the provincial government. As MP Williams was saying, it involves the federal government. As this council is very clearly identifying by taking the lead and hosting this event. It is about municipal governments as well. And I've chatted with a few other municipal representatives that are here. If I haven't chatted with you, hi. It takes all three levels of government, but I want to continue that statement just a little further. It's not just all of government. It's the whole community. It's an all of community solution. It has to be working with the various social service agencies, the non-governmental, the charitable organizations. All of these bodies need to come together and work together cooperatively to make sure that we are actually providing services to the people that need it. And events like this prove that you want to do that. And so I'm really grateful to have you all here. I know that we're going to learn a lot here today, and that that network, that connection that we build here today will actually help our residents across Hastings, Belleville, and all of Prince Edward, Lennox, and Addington as well. So thank you all very much. I really do appreciate being here.
Before we move into the next stage, I noticed there's some councillors from Quinte West and the mayor of Prince Edward Counties here also. So welcome to this event today. Right now, I'd like to thank you all for opening remarks. We are eager to get today's session underway, and our first presenter will be joining us via Zoom today. I would like to introduce Tim Richter, President and CEO of Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. Tim, the floor is yours. I hope he's on the screen here.
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me all right? Hello.
Tim, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Oh, good. I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if this is on. You think, after years of doing Zoom, I would have it figured out. Well, you ready for me to get started? I'm happy. I'm just going to put up a quick presentation. So I want to walk through a few things with all of you really quickly. Thank you all for the opportunity to join you today. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person. This looks like a really terrific event. It's so smart to have this group of people together in a room to see representation from all levels of government and folks in the community. That's exactly the kind of thing it's going to take to end homelessness in Belleville and Hastings, Belleville. I want to thank Mayor Alice for the invitation and for the leadership in putting this together with Councilor Carr and Belleville Council. I have kicked around homeless systems all over the world trying to figure out what's the key, what's the secret to ending homelessness. And we talk about a lot of programs, we talk about a lot of housing, a lot of strategies. You'll hear about lots of this stuff today, but at the end of the day, leadership is the secret sauce of ending homelessness, right? And the fact that you've got the leadership from the mayor, you've got the leadership from the council and the regional council, you've got MPP, you've got the MPPs and provincial cabinet minister, and we got MPs around. I mean, that you've got the leadership it's going to take to end homelessness. So all things being equal, I think, Belleville is in a really great position to make some progress. So I'm going to chat really quickly about just some of the things that I think you want to think about. I want to talk a bit about homelessness and a bit about what it takes to end homelessness. But I want to assure you that, the message I really hope you take away from this is that homelessness is solvable. Now, I'm just wanted to pause real quick and let you know I'm joining from the city of Calgary, which is Treaty 7 in Southern Alberta, home of the Blackfoot Confederacy, but also the Tsuut'ina, the Stoney Nakoda Nation, and Métis Nation Region 3. So the challenge, I'm betting you're all here because you're feeling a bit like the little dude in the red shorts, ready to take on the big old sumo wrestler. Homelessness is, in a lot of ways, and can feel really overwhelming and really intractable. But I'm here to tell you the little dude in the red shorts will win, right? Here's a bit of background on homelessness. Unfortunately, Canada doesn't have really great data on homelessness. These numbers are old, and I guarantee you they're significantly low, but we know that on average, at least 235,000 different people experience homelessness in a year, about 35,000 at any given time. That the really important thing to know about this number isn't so much the number, but to note that it's a flow. There's 235,000 different people through the year. Homelessness is a dynamic problem, and it shifts, and there's a movement of people into and through homelessness over the course of the year. So a dynamic problem needs dynamic solutions. I want to talk about where homelessness came from. Now, modern mass homelessness, like we see it today, like you see it today in Belleville and in the surrounding areas or in the big cities, hasn't always existed. It hasn't always been here. Modern mass homelessness really began in the mid-'80s under the Mulroney government as the federal government started withdrawing from affordable housing investment, started cutting services or cutting funding for that affordable housing. But it wasn't really until the mid-1990s under the Chrétien and Martin government where the federal government eliminated federal investment in homelessness, downloaded a lot of that responsibility to the provinces and the municipalities, that we began to see the rise of modern mass homelessness. We began to see the impact of that lack of investment. Now, homelessness isn't just a federal issue. In fact, for the politicians in the crowd, you'll get this, but to me, homelessness is often the political equivalent, kind of like the political equivalent of a high school dance, where you have a lot of different you don't have really clear jurisdiction. Each jurisdiction tends to stand around the walls of the dance hall, staring at their feet, waiting for someone else to make the first move and lead a solution, right? In this case, Belleville's making an important first move. And what I heard in the introductions just before me was a provincial government willing to engage and support and put some more money in. And we've also seen a federal government willing to engage and support and put some more money in. Not perfect, probably not enough, but enough to get started. So the other thing I think is really important to understand is, so in the context of where modern mass homelessness came from, right? So homelessness, as we see it today, is driven by policy and poverty and a lack of housing. It is not caused by mental illness or addiction or any personal fault or failing. So on the right, you see a picture of some kids playing musical chairs, right? Now, imagine a game of musical chairs, right? You've got 5 kids all around 5 chairs. The music starts. They take a chair away. Music stops. Some kid is left out. And that continues until there's 1 kid on 1 chair. Now, the 1 kid on the 1 chair that's left, that kid is fit, fast, healthy. He got that last chair because he's quick, or she got that last year because she's quick and healthy. Now, is the fact that that child is the last person on that chair because that child is fit and healthy? Are the kids that didn't get chairs not successful because there was something wrong with them, because they have a disability, because they're not fast enough? Or is the problem that there's not enough chairs? The problem is that there's not enough chairs, right? There's not enough housing and support services in place and income support, right? Homelessness, and this is a really important point as you think about solutions, modern mass homelessness in Canada is not caused by addiction or mental illness or any personal fault or failing, right? It's caused by a lack of chairs, a lack of housing and support that will also tend to impact people with mental illness or addiction, but it's not caused by. The other thing I think it's important to know is that, we're actually seeing today, and you're seeing this in Belleville, but we're seeing a wave of new homelessness, right? We did a survey of, we took a sampling of 14 cities like Belleville that we're working with, who had good data on chronic homelessness from February 2020 to October 2022. And we noticed that 79% of those communities had increases in chronic homelessness, and those increases averaged 36%. So we are under, in Canada, a wave of new homelessness driven by the pandemic and driven by the cost of living crisis, right? But we're dealing with multiple compounding crises, right? So we've got a housing crisis on top of now a poison drug supply crisis. We had a pandemic, which had a huge impact, not just on people experiencing homelessness, but also on the sector that's there to support them. And the homelessness sector, many of you in the room are from this sector, you know how hard it's been, right? You know you've gotten a pretty bad beating over the last several years. So it's really challenging time now to be dealing with these multiple compounding crises, and you're dealing with a system under stress that is going to need some support. And of course, you have the cost of living crisis that is propelling low-income households into food banks and into homelessness. So I think when you think about homelessness, we're talking at least 235,000 different people over the course of a year, certainly much more than that. But modern mass homelessness today is on the same scale as when you think about the loss of housing, when you think about the number of people impacted, when you think about the cost. Modern mass homelessness today is on the same scale as the largest natural disasters in Canadian history, right? I'm calling in from Calgary in 2013. We had a flood that dislocated 77,000 households in the city of Calgary, cost about $6 billion. Homelessness every year impacts at least 235,000 different households and costs over $7 billion a year, right? Homelessness is on the same scale as any of our largest natural disasters in Canada, right? What's interesting is the response to homelessness we can learn a lot from municipal disaster response. And in fact, municipal disaster response gives us a really good template to think about how we solve homelessness. And it's very, very similar to the approach we're using in Built for Zero, and we've been talking to your community again about. So I want to just pause and have you think, what would happen if a natural disaster struck Belleville? What would you do? How would the community respond? What system is in place to respond to it? Would the region and municipality, what would happen? Because I would argue that the response that the region and the municipality should have would be, or should be, exactly the same. And remember, the only difference between homelessness caused by poverty and policy and homelessness caused by a natural disaster is the mechanism of the loss of housing. People experiencing homelessness lose their housing because there's not enough housing, because of poverty, because of income, right? People impacted by natural disaster lose their housing by a fire or flood or tornado or whatever. But that's pretty much the only difference. Okay. For some reason, my slide's not advancing here. All right. So I want to use the Calgary flood in 2013 as a bit of an example. And I'm going to talk a bit about what a local response to homelessness looks like using disaster response as an analogy. So in 2013, this is Mayor Nenshi, who you may know, and he was there was a hashtag on Twitter at the time, Nenshi needs a nap, because he was everywhere all the time. And one of the hallmarks of municipal disaster response, and really effective municipal disaster response and responding to homelessness, is strong local leadership, right? Strong local leadership that, in our case, Mayor Nenshi inspired, he uplifted, he gave voice, articulated the problem, spoke, raised issues, helped people, make sure people knew what was happening, kept people informed. He and the municipal government coordinated the action on the ground, solved problems quickly, rallied the community, and brought resources to bear, and was an advocate for what the city needed to respond to the flood. The same can be done, and it should be done, in the case of homelessness. This is a photo of Calgary's municipal disaster response center. There's a few things to notice about this picture. Notice that you've got all of the key players at the table. You've got the fire department, you've got the corporate secretary, you've got city administration, you've got, fire, police, municipal services, all of the people at the table. There is really clear leadership and clearly outlined roles and responsibilities and accountabilities. They have a system of coordination that allows them to respond and react to a dynamic and constantly changing situation. And they are using real-time data to make decisions. This command center and this coordinated system is at the heart of solving homelessness at a local government level, at a local level, right? The approach we teach communities, and we can support your community with, and we're working with Hastings Belleville on, is directly analogous to this. Because first thing we do is work with you to create a by name list, so real-time person-specific data on everybody experiencing homelessness. As I said, homelessness is a dynamic problem. There's a flow of people through the system all the time. You have to see that flow in order to intervene, to slow the flow in, accelerate the flow out, to match people with, make sure you know exactly what everybody needs and can match them with the supports and services they need. So no matter where they touch the homeless system in Belleville, that we will sit down with them and identify their needs. In 2003, my parents live in Kelowna. They were evacuated due to a massive forest fire, right? They were evacuated from their home. They went to a reception center. At that reception center, they took their name, took their address, got their insurance information, found out a little about them, and then put them into a hotel room while the emergency by their home was being dealt with. Exactly the same system in homelessness. You go to a shelter, you talk to outreach, we document your needs, we know exactly who you are, we talk to you about how can we help you, all the information you need to, and like at a hospital, triage and understand and provide you the care, right? Like disasters, homelessness is dynamic. It is constantly changing. And there is no 147, 237, 528 step plan to end homelessness. I can't tell you precisely what all the steps are going to be for you to end homelessness, but we can help you build a system that can respond, right? Homelessness is dynamic and constantly changing, so you need to see what's happening in real time, have everybody at the table, and have a process for continuous improvement and responding to slow the flow into homelessness, eventually as low as you can to almost zero, and accelerate the flow out till you achieve functional zero and chronic homelessness. In a natural disaster, the first thing we have to do is keep people safe, right? That's a shelter, just like this here in a hockey rink in Calgary. Now, the difference is in homelessness, for some reason, we stop at this step. We stop at a part that says, look, we're just going to give you a cot and a place to stay in and a warm meal. Maybe we'll provide you some addiction services or mental illness or things, mental health services and things like that, right? The emergency response to the flood, it was planned, it was well coordinated, but it was geared to recovery and rapid rehousing. The whole system is geared toward responding to the crisis, moving people back into their homes as quickly as possible. And an interesting aside, this woman here with her child, she's not expected to stay in her cot to receive treatment or counseling or training or support to get her back into housing. Why do we do that with homelessness? Right? Yes, people experiencing homelessness have mental illness and addiction, but those are best supported in housing. So we got to move people rapidly out off the cot into a home of their own and provide them that support. The other thing it's really important is housing-focused community mobilization. The whole system has to be geared toward housing. Fun fact, the first woman in the picture here is the Prime Minister's wife, Lorraine Harper at the time. But once we've made people safe, the focus of disaster response is rapid rehousing. In Calgary, the community mobilized real quickly. Floodwaters obviously hadn't receded, and we're figuring out how to get people into their homes back into their homes as quickly as possible. The question for the local response to homelessness, how do we get people into housing as fast as possible? And even the most sophisticated emergency responses can get overwhelmed by the scale of the emergency, right? And that's why it's great that all of you are here, because it's not just homeless services. It's not just the mental health addiction services. It's not just the housing providers. It's not just the municipal government. It's a community mobilization to solve the problem and focused on housing. And the other thing that was interesting about the flood in Calgary is that the floodwaters hadn't even receded yet. And people were talking about prevention. Like, how do we stop this from happening again, right? And that is an important point. But when you have real-time data, you will see the flow in, and you'll be able to target those interventions to slow the flow into homelessness. Okay. The other thing, which is why it's so great to see, provincial minister, MPPs, MPs in this conversation, is that the response to homelessness is not the responsibility of any one government, but it's important that local governments lead, and they're supported by senior governments. In this photo, you see the leader of the Calgary Emergency Management on the left, Mayor Nenshi, Premier Redford, and at the time, Prime Minister Harper, right? All three levels of government have responsibility in ending homelessness, but I'd argue the municipal governments need to lead and need to be supportive. Really quickly, that to me is kind of at a really high level, how we end homelessness. Obviously, it's much easier said than done, but I want you to know, and I want to really emphasize this point, that homelessness is solvable. My colleagues, Chantal and Kat, are there. And by the way, you're very fortunate to have two of the smartest people in the country on this stuff with you today. Really thrilled that they're able to be there and to join you. But I want to highlight two numbers for you. At the very bottom right of the screen, you see 3 communities have solved homelessness, 1 chronic and 2 veteran, right? Medicine Hat, Alberta became the first city in the country to achieve functional zero on chronic homelessness. London, Ontario was the first city to achieve functional zero on veteran homelessness. And just yesterday, we announced St. Thomas Elgin is the second city in the country to the second community in the country to achieve functional zero on veteran homelessness. And there are at least 5 other communities we know that are very, very close to achieving this goal. So despite a wave of homelessness, despite complexity, despite not quite enough housing or not enough housing, despite all of the yeah, buts, what ifs, how abouts, these communities were able to achieve that goal. We're able to achieve that goal for a population and are now expanding their work to sustain it and move to other populations. We are also working with 7 other communities, 5 of which I believe are here in Ontario, that are sustaining a reduction in chronic or veteran homelessness. So despite a wave of new homelessness, it is possible to prevent and reduce and end homelessness. And finally, we do a lot of work with Home Depot, and I love to tease them that I stole their old motto: you can do it, we can help. Kat and Chantal are from Built for Zero Canada. We're working with 50 cities around the country, including Hastings, Belleville, and are really eager to help you out. We can help and work through the model, but you can do it, and we are certainly ready and willing to help. So thank you all very much. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I understand we might have time for a couple of questions.
Thank you, Tim. And I guess we can open the floor up for a few questions. We're running pretty well on schedule here. And Chantal has a mic here if there are any questions for Tim.
You got it all figured out?
Questions, anybody? Is this working? Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Excellent. Here we go.
Hi, Tim. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you for that presentation. It was absolutely amazing. Really appreciate it. When it comes to that sort of emergency response model, the challenge I think that we hit up against a lot of the time is that conceptualization of it's not just one city having a flood, or it's not just one area having a fire. It's in like the entire province or across Canada. Is there anything that you can kind of speak to like, I don't know, how we can use that model like more adaptively? Because if Belleville, the concern is like, oh, Belleville does a lot of work, but if our neighbors don't, do we sort of draw in need to our area because we're the only ones sort of putting forward that effort?
Mm-hmm. I don't know that you necessarily draw in need, but I got started in this work in Calgary in 2007. And one of the things that happened here in Calgary, or here in Alberta, was all of our communities began working with a very similar approach on ending homelessness, the 7 major cities in Alberta. And then we approached the province and said, look, we've got a problem getting worse despite our best efforts. And we've got a model that seems to be working in other places. We want to put it in place. And by the way, we're all going to come to you with the exact same question. And we gave the province an opportunity to get ahead of it. And Alberta became the first province in the country to commit to ending homelessness. And at the time, managed to reduce homelessness province-wide and managed to reduce homelessness in each of those cities. Now, the good news is we've been working closely with the Ford government, and we're working with all provincial service managers on developing binding lists. And I'm hoping that we can build on that partnership. But I think if Belleville and communities across the province are all working in a similar model and all go together to the provincial government to say, you know, we need your help. Because we don't want to be doing this alone, and we want to make sure there's a consistent approach. I think you could bring in the support of the province to address that kind of concern.
Thank you so much. I agree. I think we can do it. I just want to rope everybody in.
Yeah, for sure.
Anybody else? We have a couple more minutes. Don't be shy. Today is not a time to be shy. Yeah, here we go.
Hi, my name's Gloria.
I have to see if you can hold the mic close.
Sorry, my name's Gloria Bentley, and I'm Quinny Health or with the Assertive Community Treatment Team. And I guess the one thing that I see is, and yes, there are effective things, but I think the system is kind of built that it's conditional. You can have a house if you can do A, B, and C. So if you are going to be a good neighbor, then yes, I want you in my neighborhood. If you can afford it, if you can maintain it. So it's that kind of barriers that how do we work with those barriers? What do you see as kind of successful models that might those things?
Well, thanks, Gloria. I think it's being clear about what those barriers are and working solutions to them. So you're doing assertive community treatment, and we, in Alberta, back in the day, we introduced Housing First, and at first we were running up against all of those same things, and then still that kind of thing exists, but it's about creative problem solving. So for example, we said, wow, we don't have any affordable housing here in the city. So we brought the landlords together and sat down with them and said, okay, we need to get this many apartments. We'll provide you the damage deposit. We'll provide support to your tenants. We'll handle evictions if they need to happen. We'll make sure the rent gets paid. And, within about an hour, we had 400 apartments offered up by different landlords around the city. But there's a conditionality. And what we find is, the health system has their rules. The Ontario Works has their rules. You have, the housing providers have their rules. But the genius of coordinated access is bringing the key decision makers around the table and problem solving each person, right? And thinking, because there's always a workaround. One of my things is, and Mayor Ellis knows this because he was the victim of some of my lobbying, but I've been around government relations and around been a lobbyist in my past life for years, and rules change. Rules can change, they can be changed, and there's almost always a workaround. So I think the key is to bring some of the decision makers together and think about creative problem solving around some of those challenges. Sometimes it means just going around those things and finding other sort of pots of money to solve the problem. That answered your question.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, next up.
Have you ever thought of possibly as provinces banding together and asking the federal government to create a federal rental rebate paid out to people that are paying high rents like GST?
Yes, so we've actually been lobbying for something called a homelessness prevention and housing benefit to expand on the Canada housing benefit. The idea of a rebate, that's actually one of the options you could look at. The challenge is really cash flow, right? Like generally speaking, low income households don't pay a lot of tax, and so getting a tax benefit doesn't work. And like a rebate, you could administer a housing benefit through the tax system, and that's effectively what we were proposing. Sort of like the climate benefit, sort of like the GST rebate, where everybody would fill out their taxes, and there was a measure in this last budget about having you assumed to have been your taxes have been sort of filled so that people are automatically enrolled. So yeah, you could totally administer a housing benefit. The fact is, the vast majority of people who experience core housing need are everybody experiencing core housing need is in housing. And the majority of them just can't afford it. The housing's fine, it's just that it's too expensive and they don't have the money. So you want to slow homelessness and accelerate the flow out is get money into the hands of the people that need it. That is actually cheaper and more efficient than building a lot of housing, but you still need a heck of a lot of housing to be created. So short answer is yes. Sorry, I made a long answer out of a short question.
Okay. And one last question.
Hello, my name is Don DiGenovo, and I'm the mayor of the municipality of Tweed. One of the things that you hear is happening quite a bit now is, for example, just happening in our neighboring community, Quinte West. You have developers coming in and purchasing a 120-unit building and issuing eviction notices to people, and they're going to renovate this building. The same builder, and I'm not besmirching builders, but this is just an example, has been doing this across the province, for example.
Yes.
Also, you just heard on CBC today, you have a number of nursing homes where their licenses are up for renewal. 6 of them have terminated selling their buildings to developers in Toronto. Up to 36,000 units in long-term care are going to be affected probably this year with other licenses coming up for renewal. So you've talked about 235,000 currently homeless, and that had been a dynamic shifting number. But we keep adding to that number by doing some of these things. How do we stop that? Because it's a vicious cycle, which sometimes looks like you're never going to get ahead of it all.
Well, the first thing I do is before your MPPs leave, lock the door and make sure you sit down with them and have a conversation about rent control, but specifically vacancy decontrol. That is in provincial legislation. So the first example that you mentioned is you have rent control. So when a tenant is occupying the building, there's a controlled, like you can't increase the rent below an agreed legislated limit or regulated limit, right? But vacancy decontrol means that if a unit is vacated, you can increase the rent however much you want. That is a mechanism that is causing rapid inflation in rental cost in Ontario and provinces around the country. If you want to that developer has the incentive to buy that property, kick people out, renovate it, and then re-rent it because they can increase the rent as much as the market will bear, 15%, 10%, 20%, 30%, right? So if you want to stop that, there has to be a cap on how much you can charge on a vacant unit. I don't know about long-term period, but what you're talking about is what we've been talking about in policy circles for some time is on the financialization of housing. It's less about where housing is an asset versus or a commodity versus a right. But I think the mechanism, the distortion in the housing market is that loophole where if you can get people out of that unit, you can increase the rent way more. And landlord developers, they need to make more money, right? They're constantly looking at profit making, which is the way the private sector works. So you have to address that distortion in the market. So lock the door, don't let your MPPs out.
Thank you, Tim, and we'll continue to move along. And thank you for coming here today.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
I would now like to call upon Paul Martin and Mary, who will be giving us a voice of experience. Cheers.
They promised me the opportunity to sit and talk with everyone, so I find that's more accessible. First of all, let's have a hand for Mary. It's very tough.
Thank you.
It's on. You just got to get really close. It's really tough to talk about things in general. It's tough to talk.
Excuse me, Paul. Can we get some better audio? I know we're hearing it here from the people at the back of the hall. Folks at the back, can you hear okay? You can't, no.
Actually, suggest that we give up our seats for Paul and his guests. So sit here.
Yeah,
these mics work
use
great.
These mics, they're a little better. I don't think they need them all.
You can never trust a microphone, as I well know.
Thank you.
So again, as I was saying, it's so hard to get in front of a group like this and talk about your story. How much harder is it when it's relating the experience of becoming homeless? And that's what we're here to address. That's what we're here to work on solutions for. And Mary was so generous to talk about her own experience and what that meant and the impact it left, and then how she was able to sort of push through that. So it's so difficult to do. So I was so honored to be asked to come and talk to her about that and relate that experience to you. And hopefully that passes on a little bit of what it means to people who are affected by it on a day-to-day basis, and that you use that knowledge and that real empathy to address that moving forward. So again, Mary, thank you. You said that the best place to start was to talk about the day you became homeless. So can we start there? Can you tell us about that?
So July 1st of 2021, my son, my mom, and I became homeless. My mom before that was in the hospital from January to April. She suffered from sepsis. The Saturday after she went in on a Monday. Saturday, they had to remove her arm with emergency surgery. So she was in the hospital till the second week of April, and she came home. Things were going well, or so I thought. You know, she was getting better and so on. And the landlord said that he would work with us, like in terms of, you know, the financial need for my mom, because it was great. And unfortunately, certain things like incontinence supplies, and that was only covered for a short period of time. So my son and I were both working, and we had to cover the cost. Unfortunately, again, that wasn't enough. So we had to use money from my mom's, from her old age pension, to cover her needs as well. That wasn't good enough. They decided that when I went to the tribunal, they decided that I was using my mother as an excuse not to pay rent. And on July 1st, we became homeless. We lived in a car for 3 weeks. And my mom passed away in Bridge Street United Church on the 27th of July. I had phoned different places. I had phoned hospitals and so on, and they couldn't take her. So I looked after her right up until the last day, and my son and I did, and she passed away. And from there, my son and I were out on the street. I worked, and I went to work every day from our spot that we had. I always had clothes in my locker at work, so if it rained, I could, you know, change my clothes and be proper for work. And we did that till November 13th, until we got into Grace Inn Shelter.
Now, there's two devastating experiences there. There's the loss of your mother, and my condolences on that.
Thank you.
How did becoming homeless make you feel? Like on that very first day when you realized you no longer had a place to call home, what was that like?
It was devastating. I can't say it was so much for my son and I. It was devastating all the way around, but it was my mom, because she was still so sick. And knowing I had there was no recourse, I was homeless. They, at the time, it was all done by phone, and I tried to make arrangements, and again, they said I was using my mom as an excuse not to pay rent.
Did it change how you see yourself? And as much so for your son as well, that when you become homeless, does it cause you to look at yourself differently, especially when you have people, like you said, from the outside telling you that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing?
Well, for my son and I, we've always worked and done things. So when we became homeless, a lot of people, it was like, well, what did you do did you say something? Did you, were you, ruining the apartment or whatever? There was just so many questions because we were homeless and people didn't think that we ever would be. And homelessness can happen to anyone at any time. People that work can become homeless. Lawyers, doctors, anyone can become homeless. And there is so much stigma behind that. And it was very difficult for my son and I to be around people because we were always on our guard. Like, what are they going to say? People that has known us for years and then, come upon us, and what are they going to say? How are they going to look at us? Are we, at the very bottom? Those were all things that were running through our head, and it never got easier.
So that's how the relationships you have with other people also changed. What other things changed? Like, what things did you have to deal with during the period of time that you were homeless? You talked about, for example, keeping clothes at work, so you could do changes there, but there had to be a lot of other things involved.
It was very good to us. The John Howard Society that runs out of the Bridge Street United Church. I went there for showers every morning before I went to work. First of all, I want to give a big thanks to Grace Inn for providing me with an awesome lunch and compassion and, pardon me. Right. Is there any way I get a bottle of water? Sorry. Pardon me. Thank you. As I said, I want to, Grace Inn Shelter, the John Howard Society, everyone, the compassion that you guys show, non-judgmental, it's amazing. And I thank you guys very much. And the help that I've gotten for mental illness, it got really bad when I was homeless. My sons as well. And there's a lot of support out there for us. So I began to feel a little better, each day. I still struggle. I'm in transitional housing with the Enrichment Center for Mental Health. And again, a shout out to you guys as well. All the compassion and caring. And I guess the biggest thing that I was afraid of even going to the shelter or the John Howard was I thought I might be judged. And that was the furthest from the truth. And so each day got a little better.
How did you find that in terms of judgment? You said, for example, when you were in the process of becoming homeless, you felt judged.
Yes.
People were telling you you weren't doing what you were supposed to be doing. And then you said that you felt you might be judged, and that could be an impediment to asking for help or trying to go because you feel people might judge you when you do that. So how much is that feeling of being judged part of the experience of being homeless?
It's a big part. There is a stigma to homelessness, and it was always on my mind. Just walking down the street, if I had, something on my clothes or something. And I still feel that because I'm in transitional housing and people still frown upon that as well. Like I'm not doing anything to get out in the community and sustain housing and things like that. So
I was going to ask if that goes away, because you talked about November when you got in with Grace Inn. How much of a positive experience was that? But then how much does that not get rid of that feeling being judged?
As I said, it was a very positive experience, the kindness and the compassion that they showed. But I always wondered what they were really thinking. And that's the same with all the, the John Howard. I became less trusting than I was when I had my apartment, I think.
So is that when things really started to improve? And how much did they improve at that point? You said you're still in transitional housing. There's still a feeling of occasionally being judged and people still treat you differently. So how much did it improve when you got in with Grayson in November? And how much do you see it improving since then?
I see great improvements, as I said, from Grayson shelter to transitional housing. That is a great improvement. Transitional housing, you're only there for 1 year. And now it's, how do I stay in housing? That is the big challenge right now.
Since you've entered that new phase, how supported do you feel?
I feel very supported. I have a lot of people on my side, people that I never thought would be.
And you said there were a lot of agencies you wanted to thank. You thank John Howard. You thanked Grayson. Were there other agencies that were
The
particularly
Cleaners
helpful?
Food Bank. I go there in the morning and get a cup of coffee when they opened and a sandwich or a treat. Barbara, who has been a great support for me in trying to help me with housing. There's just too many people and not enough time to thank everyone, but there is many people. Unfortunately, I thought my family would be there. My family on either side are not there for me. It's, again, you're homeless. You did something, deal with it. So.
Now there's a room full of people here who would like to help with homelessness. So what kind of message would you give to them? What kind of advice would you give to them as to how to make someone like yourself feel not judged and accepted and in a position where they can help them?
Well, it's really hard because right now my thing is affordable housing and the ability to sustain it. When you're homeless, it's hard. And I used to have these big dreams, when I first became homeless, that I wouldn't be out here for long. I'd be housed, but the problem is with that, it's to sustain housing, and housing is very expensive. So it's hard to sustain it, and that is my biggest fear. That all the help that's here, it's still on me to sustain that housing and pay my rent and buy my groceries. It's not on anyone but me and my family. So.
And what can you say about how Belleville has been? I mean, this is something that you went through here, but you said you received support from so many other areas. How did this change how you feel about the community as a whole? Do you see Belleville differently than you did before, both in terms of the negative aspect of what happened to you, but also the positive impact of the help that you received?
Belleville is my home, and I have always loved Belleville. Many things to do, cultural things. There's so much that this town has offered me and everyone else. So I really can't. It's great. I love being here. I love Belleville. So even though, the homeless aspect was definitely not a positive thing, there's so many positive things here in Belleville. And along with the agencies and just Belleville itself. When I was homeless, I'd go for walks on the trails and, all the beautiful things here that actually helped me when I was homeless. I just go on a trail and walk for hours. And, I'm 57 years old. So back then there wasn't any trails. So, it's great. I can't really say that I was glad to be homeless, but there was a lot of things that helped me with my mental illness, being homeless in the city of Belleville.
Are there any last thoughts you'd like to share? Is there anything that you wish people knew about homelessness that you can tell them?
Well, it's obviously out there, and everyone in this room knows about homelessness. So no, not really. All I want to put out there is homelessness can happen to anyone, and no one deserves to be homeless.
Well, I think we should all give Mary a big round of applause on this evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing your story with us. We'll now take a quick 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you. Wow.
Check one, check two. Check one, check two. Check one, check one, check one, check one. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Check one, check two. Testing. Testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 hello. Testing. Settings that there was. We cranked it up a little bit. This is their maxed out. One thing though is one's coming out of one side, one's coming out of one channel. Maybe that's the issue. I can hear myself. Yeah, they're left and right. But like in the lane, I think so. Yeah. Like when I'm talking here, I'm listening to one side. Sorry. No, we haven't officially met. How you doing? Nice to meet you. For what? Joe saying left or left and right. I can hear myself fine. Does the room actually do left and right? Everything's just running. Okay. That video feed, I was horrible off. That's there wasn't any. We couldn't turn the bass down. There was unfortunate. You have like a cheap. It's set. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Worst case scenario, they're like, leave these up there or what? You know, leave them down. They're working fine. That's my bad. Got this one? That's it.
Test, test, test.
Thanks, Samantha. Well. The signatures, the contact information at the bottom of the emails and not telling anybody, sending up to say $500 for the whole year, for the whole building. I word for word, but only Dan wants to feel proud of it again. Now, it was lazy there, yes, but oh, that's good. Well, you know, it's sitting there, having been on the board at the but I know what we do. Once you hear it, like, oh, Skylar House is really, really good. I go, oh, I really don't change this. My house is cool. But yeah, it's all good. But that kind of piece of the puzzle has always quietly been under the radar, but it's also been underfunded. We've had to beg, scrape, and borrow to keep 3 of those homes open. We closed one finally sold it because the poor fell down on the ears. We've got 4 units. That's another story. That's the joy of running transition.
So I texted my kid and I said, "Are you working today?" She goes, "I am." I said, "Well, stop by the homeless summit." She goes, "I'm dealing with homeless people right now, thanks." uh,
Excuse me, we're going to start in 2 minutes. If we could take our seats, please. Okay, we're going to bring this back on board. Next, I would welcome back, I would like to get everybody to give a, pardon me, welcome back. I would like to hand this things over to Chantel Perry with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness to speak to us what it's really about to end homelessness. Chantel?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, go really low. All right. Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? All right, good. So I'm Chantel Perry. I'm an improvement advisor with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness Built for Zero wing of our department. And I'm really happy to be here. I've been working with Hastings County for about 1.5 years now. And my partner here today is Kat Riley. Kat, stand up. Come on, I have to do it, you do too. You'll hear from her later on this afternoon. Kat and I both started with the Canadian Alliance in 2021. Before that, we both worked in municipal governance, creating and developing homeless services systems. Kat was in Kingston, I was in Chatham-Kent. So that's us. The Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness leads a national movement of individuals, organizations, and communities working together across Canada to end homelessness. We have an advocacy wing that is used to be the voice for the country and communities at the federal and provincial level about policy changes that are needed to end homelessness. We have allied networks, several of the allied networks that work with us in sharing our mission to end homelessness. We host a national conference every year, and you're welcome to join us. This year, it'll be in Halifax in November, so check out our website on that. We have a data and policy team that is really looking at how we can best use data to support communities in making reductions and ending homelessness. And then we have a training and technical assistance wing as well that works with communities to do expert training. And then, of course, our Built for Zero movement is a national movement of communities across Canada, like Tim said, that are working together and building proof points and sharing peer resources and networks to help us in our work. The Canadian Alliance vision is that all Canadians have a safe, decent, and affordable home with the support necessary to sustain it. And our mission, again, is for all communities to end homelessness. I'm going to show you this slide. I know that Tim actually brought up this slide, but I really think it's important for everybody here in this room to know that ending homelessness is possible and communities are doing it across Canada. Built for Zero is working with 82 communities across Canada, and these are varying size communities. We have 35 of those communities have achieved quality real-time data in the form of a by name list. And 3 communities have a quality coordinated access system. We've got 7 communities that have reduced chronic or veteran homelessness and 3 that have ended chronic or veteran homelessness. 2 of the communities that have reduced and made significant reductions are here with us today, and you'll hear from them on the community panel later. So that is something to look forward to. It's important, I guess, for us today to start off with a common understanding about what we're speaking about. So before I move on to what it takes to end homelessness, I really want to make sure that we have an equal understanding. I know many of us here work within homelessness in the service sector, but many of you don't. So this is not your day in, day out work. So what does homelessness mean? Well, the Canadian definition of homelessness describes a situation of a family, individual, without stable, safe, permanent, appropriate housing, or the immediate prospect, means, or the ability to acquire it. When we speak about homelessness, we generally have 3 different categories. We have unsheltered homelessness, And that means that people are living outside. They could be living in public or private spaces with or without consent, or people living in places that are not intended for human habitation. Then we have emergency shelter. Emergency shelter are people who are homeless and they are being temporarily provided shelter, usually by government, nonprofit, or faith-based organizations. And then we have provisionally accommodated. And this is the one that a lot of people misunderstand a lot. But provisionally accommodated describes situations where people are without permanent shelter or access to permanent shelter. So this would be people who, might be staying temporarily in a motel. They might be couch surfing or staying temporarily with family, but there's no tenure there. They don't know beyond the day, the week, or the month where they're going to be staying. And then what do we mean when we say housed? So there's so many different types of housing situations, but when we say housed, we talk about appropriate, safe, adequately maintained, accessible, and suitable in size. It means having your own key, not having a time limit. It has to be financially sustainable. It has to be safe. And most importantly, people have to consider themselves housed. The root causes of homelessness. Mary talked about her cause earlier today. Unfortunately, though, a lot of myths seem to prevail. The public perception is that homelessness is caused by poor choices and addiction and mental illness. But in reality, homelessness is caused by education, justice, poverty, health, colonization, discrimination, trauma, child protection, employment, and most of all, housing or the lack thereof. And let's start with a description, an elevator description of what a by name list is, because we're going to talk a lot about by name lists today. And Hastings County is going to get up later on today and really go in depth, but I'm just going to go over some basic terminology. So a by name list is a real-time list of all people in your community that are experiencing homelessness. There are a couple of caveats to that, though. They have to be known, and they have to be consenting to be on the list and give their information. And it's important to remember that a by name list is not a wait list. It changes and it's dynamic rather than static. People flow into your by name list when they become homeless, and then they exit your by name list once they become housed. Here we go. So let's talk about how a by name list works. A by name list works using person level data to connect people on the by name list to appropriate housing resources. That's the whole purpose. Some providers in the system will serve as access points, and they'll identify and meet with people experiencing homelessness, and they will refer or add them to your by name list. And this includes shelters, drop-in meals, outreach, income support, food banks, any other service providers, health, justice. And then other service providers will offer housing resources, which might include housing units and spaces, housing subsidies, or case management supports. And then a process is put in place to coordinate access to those available housing resources using the person level data about their needs and preferences to ensure that you're matching them to the best resource appropriate for them. A by name list provides you with the information on all known people experiencing homelessness along with a view of your system inflow and outflow. You create a housing resource inventory to document in detail what your housing resources are and what eligibility criteria people would need to meet those. And you use that to advocate for gaps in resources in your community. Your inflow is your system entry and gives you information on how your homeless prevention programs are operating and performing. Your active homeless data provides information on client needs, priorities, and tells you who is becoming homeless in your community. And your outflow is all about exiting people from homelessness. It provides data and information on how your homelessness support programs are operating and performing. And then, we have coordinated access. So coordinated access is a standard and coordinated process for accessing, triaging, prioritizing, and matching people to the supports that they need to end their homelessness. Without coordinated access, navigating the homeless response system is really going to feel like a maze. Each program has its own intake and referral procedures, and it means that clients have to fill out redundant forms. They have to go to numerous agencies to get the supports they need. Coordinated access uses a first door approach. So people only have to tell their story once, and it really will help streamline your systems, and it really helps you prioritize those limited resources and ensure that you get those housing resources, as limited as they are, to the people that need them the most in your community. It's about community partners working together, sharing information into one system. It's a better way to serve people. Without coordinated access, housing support is provided unfairly and unequitable to people. So with coordinated access, it's an equitable and transparent system. Coordinated access is not new or novel, and it's been around in other systems like healthcare for a very long time. And I know Hastings will go in depth to what that looks like and relate it back to how they're setting up their coordinated access system. There we go. So let's get into what an effective homeless service system looks like. If the goal of coordinated access is to rapidly connect people to housing solutions, it means it's going to end their homelessness. But in order for your homeless service system to function effectively, you need to have a clear understanding of how overall demand and system flow is captured on your binding list. It needs to be detailed, and you need to have an understanding of the housing and support resources that you have available in your community to connect people with the resources they need. So you need a process to connect supply and demand together, to assess, prioritize, and match people to the right level of support to meet their needs that aligns with your local priorities. And then you hear us talk about ending homelessness. What does ending homelessness actually mean? When we talk about ending homelessness, we know that there will always be homelessness as people experience traumatic life events, health issues, unaffordable housing, pandemics. People will flow into homelessness and they will flow out. But when we say that a community has ended homelessness, what we mean is they've reached functional zero. And that means that they have 3 or less people, as measured by their by name list, homeless at any one time in their community. And we refer to chronic people. So that means that they've been homeless for more than 180 days in the last year, or more than 18 months episodically over the last 3 years. For large communities, it's 1% of their by name list. So let's get into the system transformation and how you can start making reductions here in Belleville and Hastings. Homelessness has really reached epidemic proportions because the social service systems that we have in place are not working effectively together. If we continue with the status quo, we're going to get the same results. And that means more and more people without a home and decreasing overall community health. So we really need to transform what our systems are and how they work together. I wish I could, stand here and give you one specific way or three specific ways, but we know that there's no one size fits all solution. There really aren't any silver bullets. Every community that we work with is unique and has its own challenges. And change is hard. Everybody knows that change is hard. Nobody likes change. There's a jigsaw of solutions that we need to piece together and adapt as we learn more and more about what's working and what's not working in each individual community. The good news is that there are proof point communities that are making serious reductions, and we're going to hear from them. We can learn from each other and adapt their learnings to our own communities. And we know homelessness is a complex problem. It can't be resolved by one or two fixes. It's numerous changes impacting numerous systems is what we need. And why? Why do we need transformation? Because simply traditional models aren't designed to end homelessness. Most traditional models are very reactionary and focused on managing homelessness and not ending homelessness. And we need those systems. We need shelters. We need warming centers, but they manage homelessness. They don't end it. Traditional models are not addressing emerging complexities and new challenge. When the pandemic hit, for example, the shelter system had to drastically transform how it operated overnight. It was really, really difficult. We also need greater transparency, accountability, and action toward equity. We know that homelessness does not impact everybody equally. We know that Indigenous people and people of color are impacted at a much greater rate than other people. So we need our systems to look at that and change and better serve people. And we need to start making decisions based on evidence. So I keep using the word transform instead of change, and there's a really good reason for that. In the human service sector, system transformation is a term that we use to describe the modification of day-to-day actions to improve outcomes for the people that we serve. Transformation is about modifying core beliefs. It's about changing long-term behaviors and practices to achieve the desired results. The term change is typically a shorter term response, more of a mechanic or behavioral change, if you will. Imagine the evolution of a baby chick hatching. There's a lot going on there. That's transformation. But to get there, for that chick to hatch and transform, a million other tiny and rapid processes had to occur for that chick to hatch and develop. Those were the changes. So changes need to occur in order to transform the system, and the system is in a continual process of improvement through changes until we achieve our goal, which is to end homelessness. So I've talked for a while now. I'm going to break it up. I want to show you this video. It was made by Community Solutions in the US. Community Solutions is our Built for Zero Canadian Alliance brother-sister organization. And they talk about why and how homelessness is a complex problem. So.
People are asking what thing they should do to end homelessness. They're looking for a policy idea or a law to pass. It's the wrong question. Complex challenges like homelessness are constantly changing. What What matters isn't how good we can provide services or building affordable housing. It's how fast we can respond to changing information. What is a complex challenge? Zeta Zahn says to imagine the difference between throwing a baseball and throwing a live bird. If you're throwing a baseball, you can predict exactly where and when it will land. You just have to measure things like height, angle, and the speed of your release. The bird, that's different. It's alive. Chances are it's going to flap its wings mid-flight. It might even fly away. Here's the point. Complex social challenges are a lot more like birds than baseballs. They're not always predictable. To solve them, we need to be able to respond to them in real time. Okay, so how do you do it? Start by setting up a real-time feedback loop. You wouldn't check the weather once a year, so don't measure your progress that way either. Next, build a war room. You'll never have all the information in advance, so create a team that can respond on the fly. Finally, when it's time to pivot, act on your data. Because the truth is, our most complex problems are also our most urgent. Can't afford to wait.
Whoops. All right, so as Beth states, complex problems can't be solved by a static set of interventions. And we need to be able to measure things in real time. Well, there's good news for that because Hastings County just implemented a by name list. So now you do have real-time data. We have to work to get that data up to quality, but you guys are getting there. These are some behaviors for solving complex problems. We really need to really focus and use your by name list and use the data that it's going to provide us to make a series of improvements in how your system operates and how your community partners work together. We need to engage people experiencing the problem to help us surface the ideas. Many of us here in this room have no idea what it's like to be homeless. We don't know what the real issues are in that service system. We need to test and evaluate ideas. We need to be objective, test, see if it works, adapt it, roll it out, or toss it. But we have to keep changing and meeting changing demands in our communities. And we need to really create conditions for groups to innovate collaboratively. Collaboratively is important. Not one agency or one person can be responsible for homelessness. We all need to be responsible for homelessness. And with that, we're really going to get into what it takes to end homelessness. This is another video, again, made by Community Solutions that outlines 4 key things that we've seen communities that are making real progress share. All right. Johnny, up to you.
I've never been to a community that wasn't full of people working really hard to help folks out of homelessness. But even as more and more people get housed, the overall numbers rarely seem to go down. Well, in most communities, there are 50, 60, I've seen as many as 200 different agencies that touch homelessness in some way or another. But those folks all have different funders. They all have different compliance and regulatory requirements. And maybe most importantly, they don't report to each other. So it's really not an incentive for people to be working together toward a shared aim. And Built for Zero communities have done something that very few other communities have done, which is they've actually gotten all the way to zero for key populations. You've typically got to solve at least 4 big problems to make it happen. The first problem is simple. It's figuring out who's accountable. There might be 50 or 100 different groups that all touch homelessness in some way in your community, but it's usually no one person's job to make sure it all adds up to something. The antidote there is a shared aim, zero homelessness, with equally good outcomes for everyone, regardless of race. The most vulnerable people in our community slip through the cracks because no one really has an incentive to serve them. Right now, I think that's pretty obviously what's happening with Black and brown folks, with disabled folks. When we all agree to measure progress at the community level, instead of just in my program or your program, that's when shared accountability finally becomes possible. Once you have a shared aim, You need a feedback loop that can tell you how you're doing. Homelessness changes every day, but most communities only measure it once a year. Imagine if we tracked extreme weather patterns like that. Or COVID. Nearly all Built for Zero communities are now measuring homelessness comprehensively and in real time. And it changes everything. When you move from annual counts and patchy, cumbersome HMIS data to a real-time number that you can be confident in, you can finally see whether all those programs are adding up to a result or not. And if they're not, you have quality information that can help you decide what to do about it. The data can show you all kinds of problems, and then you can finally zoom in on the most important leverage points for getting to zero. Sometimes inflow data will show housing retention as the issue. Other times, a specific population may be routinely staying homeless longer than others. Most often, better data reveals problems with the housing process itself. I remember a number of years ago, we brought together, I think, 7 different agencies to map out the steps that one person had to go through to access housing support in their community. And it took those agencies 3.5 hours to map things out. The result looked like a game of chutes and ladders. You looked at this and you just thought, it's no wonder people aren't making it through to housing. There's no clear process here. But when you can finally see that system, you can start to improve it. There are Built for Zero communities now where they've got this entire process down to a few weeks. And then finally, the place that I think most of us start, which is communities need flexible housing and service dollars that we know work to end homelessness. But here's the thing, without a shared aim, meaningful performance data, and a housing process you actually have confidence in, it's basically impossible to implement new resources effectively anyway. The country is littered with communities that have pushed forward major expansions, only to end up with just as much homelessness as they had when they started. We can't just pump more money into a bad system and expect different results. I like to think of it as the operating system a community needs to end homelessness. From there, you can start to solve the big problems, like streamlining a bureaucratic housing process or better targeting your limited resources for impact. There's no silver bullet. There's no single law or program or policy that's ever going to end homelessness or eliminate racial inequity in the housing system. We've got to build a new way of working together so we can see these problems in real time and methodically manage them down to zero. To learn more, visit builtforzero.org.
Clicker's not working. There we go. All right. So what Jake talked about is a local operating system for ending homelessness, for not just managing the symptoms of homelessness. Again, to recap, it starts with a shared measurable aim. You need clear accountability and a nimble command center team. You need a feedback loop in the form of a real-time comprehensive binding list and a rapid response discipline so that you can change and respond to your problems and system issues using data. And then you need to use your resources strategically. It was great to pumped into homelessness, but we really have to think about what's the best way to use that funding to help the people that need it most. What's interesting here is, the biggest box on this screen is not all about resources and more money. It's about a shared measurable aim and people working together to make that happen. So Hastings County has been doing a lot of work, and we're going to hear from them that we really need to recognize and celebrate if we want to plan the way forward. So this is what Hastings' homelessness journey has looked like so far. It's been over a decade now. that they've been really putting some action and work into homelessness. Back in 2011, the provincial and federal governments started funding homelessness and started mandating decreases in homelessness. Hastings built a 10-year homelessness action plan in 2014. And then they did 3 separate point-in-time count enumerations, which are snapshots once a year of how many people are homeless. In 2019, they updated their homelessness action plan, and then things really started to move because the province of Ontario brought in a mandate that all communities now needed a by name list. Hastings got to work, and they did a lot of work. And in 2021, they implemented the by name list, and then they really worked hard to launch the beginnings of a coordinated access system. So they just recently, a couple of weeks ago, got recognized by the federal government for achieving what we call the Reaching Home Coordinated Access level. So that is great work. But where do we need to go? The work in here and really, so back to the big, clicker's having issues, Donnie. Can you hit forward? There we go. Oh, back. Yeah, right there. So this is where you are. Hastings has a by name list and is collecting real-time data for the first time that is going to help us inform the way people in your community are supported. But we still have some work to do. Next steps include confirming a quality by name list. And what we mean by that is working to ensure that your system is working with all of the community partners that it needs to capture and comprehensively know about all the people experiencing homelessness in your community and across the county. We need then to establish a baseline. And that baseline is what we feel the baseline number of people homeless in your community is. And from there, we can set firm reduction aims and start to measure progress and reductions. But we know that this work is really hard and it's complex. And the factors that impact homelessness, they keep changing on us every single day. And progress is really not linear. Many people think that progress is a straight line. If we just work hard and we do things right, it's going to be that clear pathway. But what we've seen play out in every community has been doing this work is like 2 steps forward, 3 steps to the right, 4 to the left, 5 backwards, 1 step forward. It's hard, it's messy, and it really takes a lot of grit and determination. But we can do it. If there's one thing that I want to leave you guys with today, it's that we don't have really a choice but to do things differently, because we just can't keep pumping money into bad systems and expect different results. A by name list isn't just about numbers, although it's easy just to look at those numbers and say, oh, that's 150. Those people, those numbers are people. They're members of our family, they're members of our community. And if we want a safe and healthy community, we need to start doing things differently. We can't continue the status quo because that's what really got us in the first place. Your systems and how we work together, and we all need to be a part of it. It can't be just the city of Belleville. It can't just be the county of Hastings. It has to be every community partner that touch or experiencing homelessness. And that includes healthcare, justice, food banks, libraries. There's very few that don't touch people experiencing homelessness in today's world. And we really need to focus our energy not on fighting the old, but on building what this new system will look like. And really, then we can find a place for everyone to call home. Here we go. All right, Mayor Ellis. I'm turning it.
So we need to talk about things on a local level.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, council, mayor. Just wait till the PowerPoint gets up. But just wanted to introduce myself for those that I haven't had the opportunity. At community efforts back in 20, as much as we might want to look back at that point, we really pieces that focused on prevention. We looked at isolating, masking, physical distancing. We didn't just deal with it from an emerge. We dealt with it from a whole system, and there was community bias into how we work the community together. Today, and I just think it's important for everybody to understand. Just delay with the started out. Can everybody back away from the mic? So when we talk about what we do, so we are the I believe this slide requires a lot of clicking, so please bear with us. It's up here now, yeah. So this just speaks to that partnerships. Across the board, we are working with all sectors. That is key. And I'll pass it over to Jamie to speak to coordinated access and by name lists.
Should work. Thanks, Connor. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, at the back? Good? Okay. First off, I just wanted to give a big shout out to the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness for our continued partnership. Without them, our coordinated access program likely it wouldn't look as good as it does today. So thanks to Chantal and her wonderful team, guidance and support over the last 1.5 to 2 years. So if we could just jump in to talk about some funding that Hastings County receives to support homelessness programming. The federal government issues Reaching Home funding through Infrastructure Canada. Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy, is a community-based program aimed at preventing and reducing homelessness across Canada. This program provides funding to urban, Indigenous, rural, and remote communities to help them address their local homelessness needs. The City of Belleville is the community entity for this Reaching Home funding. A community advisory board, otherwise known as the CAB, is comprised of 7 community members representing health organizations, social services, faith-based organizations and services working with vulnerable priority populations such as homeless, seniors, and those with disabilities. The community entity receives the Reaching Home allocation and engages the CAB through a request for proposal process. The CAB then evaluates and scores applications and then makes funding recommendations to the Hastings County Community and Human Services Committee. A requirement of the Reaching Home program is the need to implement a coordinated access program and use a homeless management information system. In Hastings County, we manage and use the Homeless Individuals and Families Information System, otherwise known as HIFIS. And part of the coordinated access program is to operate a functional by name list. The provincial government issues the Homelessness Prevention Program funding through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The Homelessness Prevention Program, or HPP, is the 100% provincially funded program that effective April 1st, 2022 combines Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, Home for Good, and Strong Communities Rent Supplement Program. HPP is intended to provide support for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. A requirement of the HPP program is the need to operate a functional by name list, have a better understanding of homelessness in our community, coordinate and prioritize service delivery. Here are some current strategies that Hastings County has been working on. Enumeration, completed in November 2021, throughout Hastings County in partnership with Bridge Street United Church, enumeration consisted of a point-in-time count of homeless individuals along with by name list consent and registration. Homeless enumeration provided a snapshot of homelessness in Hastings County on a single night. Coordinated access and by name list. Coordinated access is a way for communities to bring consistency to the process by which those experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness access housing and related services within a geographical area. Core components of a strong coordinated access system include a housing first approach, real-time data about the supply and demand for housing resources, a streamlined service delivery approach with access points to service, standardized workflow for triage, assessment, prioritization, vacancy matching, and referral. HIFIS, the Homeless Individuals and Family Information System, implemented in January 2023, is a secure shared database used by various community partners in Hastings County's homeless serving system to manage information about individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness. HIFIS allows for comprehensive data collection and case management that helps service providers understand what is happening in the community and then work collaboratively towards solutions. Some of our partnerships. Bridge Street United Church did hours of initial coordinated access work, including hosting engagement sessions with communities across Hastings County. We want to thank Bridge Street United Church for the early stages of this new program. Hastings County, Bridge Street United Church, and Grayson Shelter have partnered to roll out the first phase of coordinated access, which will be talked about in future slides. Hastings County Community and Human Services has implemented a community response team, otherwise known as CRT, who intensive case management and ensures connection to programs and supports for individuals and families with high acuity. CRT is an outreach-based team of highly trained and skilled caseworkers who work with the most vulnerable populations. CRT works to best meet need for the most critical cases. CRT completes intake and assessment, housing loss prevention, homeless diversion, intensive case management, housing supports and placement, and housing retention. We need to transform our current homeless serving system to focus on ending homelessness rather than just managing it. Data has demonstrated in numerous countries across the world that using a coordinated housing-focused system approach can help communities measurably reduce homelessness. This approach uses real-time data from inflow, homelessness, and outflow and focuses on system entry, navigation, and exit supports. At the core of this system design is a by name list. You will see a few similar slides that Chantel and I have together. So she previously showed a few slides, which is intentional to drive home our local response to homelessness. Remembering the definition of a by name list. So remembering that all people on the list are known. You can't add people to a by name list unless they are known to you. Typically through your homelessness response system like shelters, drop-ins, outreach, and community programs that are participating in our coordinated access program. And again, the second step of that is that persons are consenting. You can only add people to a list or a database if they have provided consent for you to do that. By agreeing to be on the by name list, this signifies to our staff that they are at a point where they are open to receiving supports and services to find long-term housing. A real-time list means communities should strive for the by name list to be updated in as close to real time as possible, with a best practice that the list should be updated at minimum once a month. And last, and again, all by name lists share the same qualifier, and that they are to be dynamic, as in changing and progressing rather than static. A by name list is not a wait list. It is consistently changing as people enter and exit homelessness. There are two types of data we can pull from a by name list. The first is what we call person-specific data, which is data that refers to client-specific names, client-specific housing needs and preferences. It's how we triage people, prioritize, and refer them to the appropriate available services. The second is system-level data. This is the high-level data that we use to understand the homelessness population in our community. This is where we start to understand the inflow and the outflow of the system, which is essentially to understand what leads people into and out of homelessness, so that we can make data-driven decisions about system improvement and advocacy related to better supporting our community. So at the person level, this information is used to make an appropriate match to housing or services for that individual or family. At the system level, this information is used to define scope of local homelessness in real time. This actionable data ensures that communities can effectively respond to the needs of the homeless population as they arrive and advocate for additional resources where they are needed. There are some benefits to a by name list. One benefit is smarter triage. When community housing options are limited, we can stretch resources further by matching people to the right kind of housing supports. Wrong supports looks like putting a high acuity person in an independent living situation when they needed supportive housing. Another benefit is improved systems. When we collect vital information, we can identify ways to improve. We can also test out new strategies and see quickly if they are working. And the benefit of resource advocacy, when we have concrete data, our advocacy efforts become a more powerful tool. This slide is to represent data we capture that drives local improvement. Our inflow data points measure who becomes homeless and why. Inflow data measures our current housing programs. If clients have returned to homelessness from housing, data will tell us why they returned and if changes need to be made to our current housing options. With inflow data, we can measure who is connecting back to service from a period of inactivity and why. With all of the inflow data, we can be intentional and target prevention efforts. With outflow data, we can use housing move-ins to see what is working to help people secure housing. We can also see who is losing contact with our services. So with outflow data, we can monitor and accelerate local move-ins. Then we use the total active homelessness as a real-time count as we monitor our overall progress. The quarterly report. For a month or less, and those who have experienced chronic homelessness. These numbers represent in Hastings County most of their lives. Some have moved away and returned home because of their ties to the community, and some individuals moved here to start employment, pursue education, or other new opportunities. More specifically, when we say there are at least 142 people experiencing homelessness, this is the number represented on our by name list for the month of January. These are the people who consent to be part of the by name list. Homeless means people who are living outside, couch surfing, staying in a motel, or using an emergency shelter, etc. Of the 142 people, 4 have been chronically homeless, meaning experienced homelessness for at least 6 months or the what has changed section talks about our inflow and outflow of homelessness. Our inflow of 29 people are individuals who are newly consenting to be on the by name list, not necessarily new to homelessness, meaning we increased our connections with people that previously did not consent. As time goes on, it might be more difficult to attract the remaining homeless individuals to be on the by name list as they may be dealing with higher acuity issues. You'll notice that 3 people have reached back out to our homeless serving sector, which is part of our inflow number. Losing touch with individuals on the by name list could occur for a variety of reasons, such as persons could be deceased, they may have relocated to other areas, they might be inactive for a period of 90+ days, persons could be hospitalized or incarcerated, or persons could revoke their consent. It's important to note, however, that we have not had anyone revoke consent to be part of our community's by name list since inception. Monthly outflow. 4 people from the by name list moved into housing, meaning 4 people have secured permanent long-term housing at market rent, permanent accommodations with a housing subsidy, permanent geared to income housing, or have been assisted to relocate. On the reverse side, under the Keynotes section, it is important to recognize we had a significant increase of connections to participants in January with the start of our coordinated access program. Grace in Shelter, the community response team, and the drop-in at Bridge Street United Church operated by the John Howard Society all work together in order to make sure we are connecting with our current homeless population to explain the by name list and encourage people to be part of this program. This is also helping to establish our by name list baseline. This report will be published quarterly, available on our website at hastingscounty.com. Homelessness can look different between urban and rural settings. Here is an example of urban homelessness. Most commonly, you see people living in places not meant for human habitation. And here is an example of rural homelessness. Most commonly, living quarters are set up outside in wooden areas that are mostly hidden. So let's talk about coordinated access for a minute. Again, what is coordinated access? Coordinated access is the program or system that uses the by name list along with a coordinated process for common intake and assessment, a common triage process, prioritization, as well as matching and referral to housing programs and services. So there are a lot of reasons why we need to use coordinated access, but let's talk about if we decided not to use coordinated access. Without coordinated access, housing support is provided on a first come, first serve basis. People may not be aware of all the housing supports available. People may be referred, but unsure if the referral was accepted. Without coordinated access, each program has its own set of intake and referral procedures. This means that clients have to fill out redundant forms, often repeating the same information over and over in applications and interview steps that are lengthy and consume significant resources. Each program might prioritize individuals for service based on the needs of those they are supporting, without knowing that the most highly acute client being served at one entry point is not the most highly acute in the system. This is problematic given limited housing resources in our community. With coordinated access, housing support is provided fairly to people who need it first. People only need to tell their story once, avoiding repeat stress. Only people eligible for service are referred, and then we have confidence that programs are serving the targeted population. With coordinated access, there is no wrong door for a person experiencing homelessness because they can be connected to housing and supports from any service provider in the system. If they have accessed the homeless serving system before, they don't have to retell their story. Resources are maximized through prioritization. Limited permanent housing with support options are provided to those who need it first across the system, as opposed to first come, first serve. Coordinated access already exists in other systems like healthcare. We often use the triage station in an emergency room as an example of how coordinated access works on a practical level. For our healthcare friends in the room here today, I really hope I get this right. If not, I really hope you flood my inbox with requests to participate in coordinated access. So really this slide is a win-win for me. So let's say Jeff breaks his arm and comes to the emergency room. The triage nurse completes an intake with Jeff to collect some standard information. She then performs a quick assessment, the same assessment that is given to anyone presenting in the ER. This helps to determine how urgent Jeff's needs are relative to other patients in the waiting room. The nurse identifies that while Jeff's broken arm is important to tend to ASAP, there are 3 individuals who are experiencing heart issues who need to be provided with service first, and only 1 ER doctor available. Any follow-ups after the ER visit are recorded in the same medical information system so that Jeff's family doctor and ER doctor are aware that he has been referred to physical therapy as a follow-up to the emergency service provided. I know that Chantel also covered a slide similar to this, but again, important to kind of drive home the local aspect of service provider roles in the city of Belleville, but also in the county of Hastings. So while providers play different roles, the roles that providers play within our by name list are clear. So these are providers that come into contact with people experiencing homelessness and will add and update the by name list or make community referrals as needed. There are also providers who have housing resources who will house people from the by name list. Housing providers differ in our community. We have started with the providers who have a direct mandate to work specifically with people experiencing homelessness, like shelters, drop-ins, and meal programs or street outreach. To deepen our community engagement, we will then look to partner with income supports, libraries, food banks, mental health providers, hospitals or EMS, police and corrections, and other service providers such as family and children's services, schools, Indigenous organizations, and veteran organizations, to name a few. Those providers that will be removing people from the by name list through permanent housing and supports will include various housing providers and landlords, those with some form of housing subsidy, and those who can provide case management supports that will help people to find and or retain their housing. As our community works with the by name list, we are seeking to coordinate and streamline efforts to identify and house people as quickly as possible. The by name list is absolutely the entryway into coordinated access. People are assessed by need. They are provided with urgent housing care and then a housing plan that meets their specific situation and needs. They get help navigating the complex system of support services and are matched with the appropriate resources, with the end goal being affordable and safe housing. The matching process begins when a housing vacancy is identified. When a resource becomes available, this is communicated to the by name list or the coordinated access lead, who generates a priority list of individuals or households eligible for the available resource, as outlined in the previous slide. Once an appropriate match is made from the priority list, an offer is made to the household on the by name list, and the resource is either accepted or declined. This process repeats until a match has been made and accepted. Once another housing resource becomes available, the process repeats. In order to have a fulsome matching and referral process, we need all available housing in our community to come on board: transitional housing, supportive housing, private market housing. So next steps for coordinated access. We hope to engage more services to be part of our coordinated access program, services from the health field, the municipal and provincial justice field, the education field, and so on. We are also excited to expand our coordinated access program to have virtual access points where an individual can access our program through technology located at different access points throughout Hastings County. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the clock.
Thanks. Next, we are fortunate to have some really great local programs here in Belleville, and we're lucky to have some here with us today, share with what they're doing for our community. I would like to call up Ashley Vader from the Grace Inn Shelter, Steve Van de Hoof from Bridge Street United Church and Natalie Martin from the John Howard Society to give their presentation. Thank you. Yeah, come on. At the table. Yeah. You get to sit at your table. Thank you. First three. Little. You select Delana Pucker. Just forward. That's.
Yeah.
Come on.
Thank you so much. I know we're cutting into lunch, but we've got some important things to say. So thank you for inviting us to speak today. We all believe that collaboration and action, like this summit is hoping to produce today, is key to the success for outcomes of ending homelessness in the city of Belleville. I'm Ashley Vader. I'm the Director of Operations for Grace Inn. Beside me are my colleagues, Natalie Martin, the Adult Services Coordinator for John Howard Society of Belleville, and Steve Van de Hoof, the Director of Programs and Administration for Bridge Street United Church. We're presenting today together as organizations that work alongside each other in the homeless serving system to coordinate in serving individuals and collaborate on the drop-in. But we're only 3 represented agencies of many, as you can see today, who work really diligently in the homeless serving sector. Like I said, I don't know which one to push. So sorry, the middle one? So sorry, we're not tech savvy. Oh dear. Oh, okay. There we go. I'm going to just keep talking. So I'm from Grace Inn Shelter. We started off as a homeless serving, strictly as a shelter, an overnight shelter that serves 21 individuals, male and female, actually all genders of adults over the age of 18. We are Shiloh House as well, so it is a housing sustainability program that is guised as a transitional house. This provides services to male identifying individuals and lots of workshops to sustain their housing after they exit our program. We saw a lot of gaps in the system as COVID was hitting, so we created a systems navigation program to identify what our guests needed in terms of the supports that they required. So instead of just the overnight bed stay, it's housing searches, medical supports, mental health referrals, anything you can really imagine outside of just the bed stay. And then as of recently, we took on the administration of Hastings County Emergency After Hours program, where we support anyone in all of Hastings County who is in a homeless crisis, getting them to shelter, from shelter, and to other agencies that might be more beneficial to them. The approach we take and when we serve people is just kindness, straight up kindness from the first point of contact. We know that these are individuals who may have lost their humanity in living on the street, people not looking them in the eye, not saying hello to them or hearing their name. So we provide kindness and our staff do an excellent job of that. And alongside that, it's also offering love. Again, there might not be a positive point of contact for some of these folks who come into our shelter. So we really want to create an environment of love and kindness. And over all of this, we do with a person-centered directive. So everything that the guest wants it's guest-led. So, we are searching for housing with them, but it is clear what they need. They know what they need, and we want to continue on with their path to success. And then in terms of our statistics, I know it's not on the screen, I added it last minute, but we have served about 600 individuals who have stayed in the shelter over the last 3 years that we've been open, and we have only seen 208 of those individuals return more than 4 times. So over the 3 years, we've seen a recidivism rate of 35% of anyone who's returned to the shelter more than 5 times. And then, of course, our community support. Hastings County has been an amazing support with funding and a valued partner. Clearly, we work together with the administration of the after hours line, but also they are just a key partner to bounce ideas off of, and we really appreciate the work that they do with us. And then clearly, key city council backing has been really essential to the work that we do and the work that we get to do. So very much thank you for the work that you guys are putting into this event. Okay. So the drop-in is operated out of Bridge Street United Church, and the staffing and day-to-day operations is done by the John Howard Society. So the drop-in was created as a response to a community-defined need and continues to fulfill that need. We strive to be a low barrier service for those experiencing homelessness to have access to basic needs and connection to other services. Drop-in was started by 4 partner organizations with a formal MOU. So there's a John Howard Society, Bridge Street Church, which is the location, funding, and vision. Public health provides nursing 3 days a week, as well as harm reduction, sexual health, and basic wound care. And Grace Inn, who is information sharing, and we like to say the night service to complement the day service. And currently we are working with the CHC to implement new programming. We receive funding from Hastings County, and we are an access point for coordinated access. We have several community organizations that provide services or access to services at drop-in, and some of those include the Community Health Center, Hastings County Community Response Team, Canadian Mental Health Association, Three Oaks, and the Enrichment Center for Mental Health. Those are just a few. The services that we provide. So we provide shelter from the elements 11 hours a day, 365 days a year. We provide showers, laundry, breakfast, washrooms, hot and cold drinks, community, conversation, weekly activities, access to other services, and Bridge Street Meal Program provides lunch 7 days a week. In the averages for the last 6 months, per day, we've had 99 people, and we've provided 13 showers, loads of laundry. We provide services to people who are experiencing homelessness, who are unsheltered, emergency sheltered, people who use substances, those with mental health concerns, financial challenges, people who are hungry, and those involved in the justice system. The majority of the people that we serve are in Belleville because they have connections to the area or have grown up here. The how, we provide compassionate, hospitable, and person-centered services, allowing people to have a place where they can just be in a space and access services as they are willing or able. Currently, we provide these services in collaboration with a number of organizations in the community. Drop-in intentionally provides a space, bringing people under one roof to create a person-centered approach.
So as Natalie described, the drop-in was started to provide shelter and basic needs services for unhoused individuals in our community during COVID-19 when few other options were available. It has since evolved to be a setting where multiple services are provided to those who are experiencing homelessness in the city of Belleville. About a year ago, the drop-in organizations came together with health and mental health and addictions organizations, primarily the Belleville and Quinte West Community Health Center, Canadian Mental Health Association, and the Enrichment Center, with the support of the local Ontario Health team, to develop a business proposal for the Bridge, what we're calling the Bridge, an integrated health and social service hub, building on the existing services and setting provided by the drop-in. So I'm going to describe the big vision today. And today is about big goals, about ending homelessness, and so we'll give you the blue sky on what we envision for the Bridge. The bridge would create a one-stop shop for unhoused individuals to meet their basic needs for shelter, food, and hygiene, and provide equitable access to social services, health services, addictions, and mental health services, among others. Should note too that it aligns with the roadmap to wellness, as was noted before, with the priorities in that. So we've intentionally designed this to meet priorities and key elements of the homeless serving system, like coordinated access and the by names list, and the health system as well, like the roadmap to wellness. See if we can get the next slide here. That's quick. This diagram shows the proposed hub and spoke model. Individuals meeting their goals, mental health and addiction services,
Well, the goal of this role is to support all of our shelters. The most requested support is for housing. The population we serve is vast and varied, who are full-time employed, to people who prioritize their parenting but don't have a place to live, to substance users, and to college students who attend our local college. The systems navigator's biggest struggle that they come up with in this role is finding appropriate housing of any kind for those who are chronically homeless. And when we talk about the chronicity of homelessness, we also need to address the acuity level or risk levels of those who are chronically homeless and the unique barriers to adequate housing options that brings. With minimal to no long-term housing supports for someone who lives with severe mental health issues or substance use disorder, we see little success in housing and far more repeat users of both the shelter and emergency services. Supportive housing has proven to be essential to long-term success for chronically homeless individuals and reduces the financial burdens on the healthcare system, justice system, and the emergency services combined, while improving the overall social determinants of health for those individuals who are housed by receiving alternative interventions that replace the misguided pressures on those systems. And as I mentioned before, stigma is one of the many barriers to housing, but stigma of those experiencing homelessness reaches far beyond the landlord-tenant relationship. The definition of stigma is a set of negative and unfair beliefs that a society holds about a certain issue. Is that a person experiencing homelessness is no longer worthy of the same treatment someone who is housed receives work to do. These are our neighbors, not our neighbor's problem. When completing a program evaluation with the guests of the drop-in, stigma was identified as a key barrier to their success that was felt every day. The folks on the receiving end of stigmatic treatment know that this was a huge factor of whether or not they felt that they could reach success. This has been a long-standing issue within our community, as it has been consistently identified for many years in various community reports. This means stigma is creating an environment where individuals would rather refuse access to needed services in order to protect themselves from a negative experience and at times very hurtful behavior. This summit gives us the opportunity for courageous leadership to shift attitudes to compassion and possibility rather than judgment and rejection.
So before we turn it over to get lunch, in summary, the bridge presents an innovative opportunity to address immediate needs and build community capacity to reduce and end homelessness in Belleville. We look forward to working with Hastings County, with the city of Belleville, and with other stakeholders to bring this from concept to reality. Grace Inn, the Drop-In, and many others in our community are providing critical services every day that meet the immediate needs of unhoused members of our community and support sustained transitions to housing. These also require ongoing investment and coordination as one aspect of a whole community response to reducing and ending homelessness. Should note too that going back to what Tim said this morning, when there's a disaster, you deal with the crisis first and you keep people safe. And that's really what we're talking about. That's what our day-to-day work is. It's about keeping people safe, meeting those immediate needs, and setting them up for success in the future, and then following them as far as we're able to do that. But that alone does not end homelessness. We can support people, we can manage the crisis, but it takes the whole community to move from that kind of situation to ending homelessness. And that's what I'm hoping, we're hoping today is all about taking those steps that we need to make that shift. We applaud the city of Belleville for hosting this summit and committing to take action to prevent and end homelessness in Belleville. Reaching this goal will require sustained and sufficient resources, political will and courageous leadership, and coordinated community action over the long term. In speaking with some colleagues before and on the break, we've been talking about these things for a long time. We were thinking back to reports that had been written 20, 30, some 40 years ago that identify housing in crisis that identify mental health issues, that identify food security and poverty as pressing and urgent needs to address. And here we are, how many years on? Now is the time for us to take those courageous steps forward and reduce and end homelessness in Belleville. In numerous ways, this work is already happening. We're all here today because of our commitment to working together to achieve this community goal. We're encouraged by that, and we're glad to be part of it.
Thank you for your presentation and the services you do for us. We're going to take a lunch break now. Lunch will be served in the summit participants in the multi-purpose room on the second floor. We'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm not that all the time. I'm not survey the city. I think they're not saying that's the panacea. You don't want to do that.
Test, test.
Test. Check one, check two, check one.
Okay, we'll get this started again if we just get everybody to ask for their seats.
Okay, we're going to get it started now. We start with our community panel, and I hope they are here from the lunchroom. We have representation from communities in Ontario who have worked with CAEH, who are here today to share about their experiences. Welcome to Grant Martin, Stratford Perth, St. Mary's Laurie Richer, and Mark Post from Guelph Wellington, and Aaron Bellat, region of Durham. I will hand over the mic to Chantal Perry, who will facilitate this panel discussion.
Okay, just because the mics are a lot more. Testing, testing. Come on up. There's Connor. All right. What are you guys comfortable with? Do you want the better mics over here?
That makes it.
What?
If the microphone's.
Okay.
It's easy. Yeah.
Testing?
No.
Yeah.
Right here. Can everybody hear that?
Can everybody hear? Yay, nod, thumbs.
We're good?
Perfect. All right. Mayor Ellis already introduced our panelists. So how we're going to do this kind of community panel is we really wanted you to hear from some communities that are similar in geography and size to your communities. We have two communities that have made some significant reductions. And then we have Durham, who's really making some strong critical headway in their coordinated access system development. So we're going to have each community kind of talk about their journey and their milestones. And then we'll come to you and it'll be your opportunity. We'll come around with the mic and you can ask the questions that you really need to know about. So we'll start with, who wants to go first? I'm going to pick on Lori.
I thought you might do that. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lori Richer. I'm a housing stability manager with the County of Wellington. And sort of similar to what Connor had mentioned earlier, the County of Wellington is a service manager for both the City of Guelph and the County of Wellington. And then within the County of Wellington, we have 7 other municipalities. So we stretch right from the 401 down at Puslinch out to Erin and all the way up to Wellington North. Our population currently is about a little over 200,000, and the majority of people live in the City of Guelph. And the balance of the population lives within, some urban centers within the county and also in some rural areas. I think for us, the homeless serving system in our community was originally designed to support the emergency crisis response of homelessness and has really consistently been underfunded and sort of under-resourced. The number of people that are experiencing homelessness and housing instability just simply outweigh the staffing resources that support the people within the homeless serving system. We continue to shift that focus, though, for our community from that of a crisis response to that permanent housing solution and really focusing on homelessness prevention. Our current homeless serving system, we currently have 2 main agencies that provide emergency shelter services out of 3 shelters located in the City of Guelph that serve both the Guelph and Wellington area. All of the locations strive to be lower barrier and are not gender specific. In 2022, we averaged about 79 individuals in shelter per night, which is a bit of an increase in terms of that occupancy. And on our by name list in 2022, we had an average of 137 people experiencing chronic homelessness per month. And so on average, we saw that we had like 17 people coming into homelessness and 15 people leaving homelessness. So what we really want to do is see that outflow number increase consistently. For our youth system, we have 1 partner agency that's contracted to deliver services. They have a 14-bed shelter, dedicated staff that provide diversion and rapid rehousing and intensive case management supports. They have a transitional youth home and 1 supportive youth home that's just about to open. In our adult system, we have a 27-bed overnight shelter. We also have 1 agency that's delivering these services. We still have 40 beds at a hotel that we continue to lease as part of our response during the pandemic. And we have dedicated staff that provide housing-focused street outreach, that diversion and rapid rehousing, and those intensive case management supports. Overall, their caseload, they can support about 90 people at a time. And they also are currently in the process of transitioning a 32-unit motel into supportive housing. We also partner with Southwest Ontario Aboriginal Health Access Centre to provide housing-focused outreach support to our Indigenous community members that are always overrepresented in all of our point-in-time counts, our shelter data, and our by-name list. So that's a new relationship that we have. And a lot of the value add that I talked about with those dedicated diversion workers and outreach, that was all part of the COVID funding that we received through the social services relief funding and also increases to our reaching home funding as well. I have a small but mighty team that helps with housing stabilization for things like first and last month's rent, rental arrears, and so on. We also are a health service provider, and we directly operate 40 scattered site supportive housing units with our clinical partner, Stonehenge Therapeutic Community. And we also manage the by name list and the coordinated entry system. I think the biggest part for us was really the catalyst of joining the Built for Zero campaign. We were early adopters in the creation of our by name list. So we started in 2016 with the registry week and then went, oh my gosh, what do we do now? Because this was pretty much myself doing this and trying to update this by name list and start a coordinated entry system. And we really, our first goal was to house 30 people from the by name list. And we were still seeing, how are we going to do that, right? We needed to increase supports and services in that area. We were the 4th community in Canada to achieve a quality by name list and really started to use that real-time data that we were seeing to make system level changes. We immediately saw that youth were overrepresented on our by name list, and we were able to support youth housing first worker. We also had an adult housing first worker, and really sort of leaning into that data, we knew we needed to improve our homelessness prevention. Really having those dedicated positions, we were asking people to do this work at the side of their desk, and it wasn't something that you could do at the side of the desk. We needed to have those dedicated supports supporting people. We also saw improved support for people experiencing active homelessness. Our by name list, we currently have a 1 in 10 offer, local priority status, so that every 10th offer of social housing goes to someone on our by name list. And we were starting to see a greater understanding of our system outflow and what did our community need. So despite the challenges our communities had to work with over the last couple of years, we've got low vacancy rates, high rental costs, throw a pandemic in there, and we've still been able to maintain a 24% reduction in overall chronic homelessness. And I mean, that number is pretty dynamic. Before the pandemic, we had a 28% decrease in chronic homelessness. So we do see that does change and, responding to the crisis in the community. A really huge highlight for us, though, is that youth chronic homelessness has been reduced by 78%. So we have seen significant reductions in the way that the youth system has changed and adopted their system. Overall, since 2018, we've seen a 35% decrease in shelter usage overall. And really that leads to, our efforts to increase our eviction prevention, access to rental supports, and really making sure that we have dedicated staff to support those housing searches. With advocacy by the county, we were able to make a partnership with the Ministry of Health and Ontario Health West, and we directly provide that supportive housing that I mentioned earlier. And I think one key thing for this group too is in our community, we started to see with the data that we didn't have the right types of housing for everyone to meet everyone's needs. And what started out as a conversation about sort of 10 modular units or a better tent city really sparked the community to come up with some interesting initiatives. And we currently have 4 supportive housing projects coming online in the next month to year. And I think it really speaks to one of the projects is a conversion of a hotel. It's a 32 unit conversion. And our adult shelter provider, together with the county, applied for Rapid Housing Initiative funding, and we were successful for that funding. It should open up in June. I'm really crossing my fingers that there's no construction delays. So that's one project that we have. Another is Kindle Communities, which was an exciting project. We had a community partner that came together and said, we really want to make a difference. What can we do here? And then we had a private developer, Skyline. They came together and donated their land so that project could try to move forward. All of these projects needed federal, provincial, county of Wellington, city of Guelph funding to make it happen. But really exciting project. We also had a situation where the city identified a building as no longer in use. They were able to give that building to the county, and we are going to be changing that into 28 units of transitional housing. So pretty amazing opportunity there. And then we also had a youth home that we have transitioned into supportive housing. It used to be transitional housing, but again, we were able to support with the capital needs that they have. And I think the only other piece to that, we really need the supports to be able to provide the clinical supports at these buildings when they open. So that's still a huge gap that we're seeing.
Great. Okay. We'll go next. So hi, everybody. My name is Erin Valent, and I am from the region of Durham. So we also act as service manager for the provincial homelessness prevention program and federal Reaching Home funding. Our community has a population of about 700,000 people that live across 8 lower tier municipalities. We are geographically quite large with several rural areas, particularly the north part of our region, as well as more urban and residential and also commercial land available. And so just to put it in perspective with our size and your community, as of this past February, we have about 289 people on our by name list, with 202 of those people experiencing chronic homelessness. So we're a little about double based on the report card that you have. And then typically on average, we're able to successfully house 20 people each month, give or take. And we focus and try really hard to work on homelessness prevention with those people we house to keep our return to homelessness rate as low as possible. So we are a little bit newer to the Built for Zero journey. We joined Built for Zero in July of 2019, and then we kind of got stuck as a community and knowing what do we do next and where do we go from here. Fast forward a little bit in a pandemic, we realized that we can't just keep looking at old problems in the same way. So we made a decision as a community to implement our by name list and really take that next step to be more action oriented. And I'll explain a little bit how we did that in a moment. So we were able to achieve a quality by name list then in October of 2020. And then a few short months after that, we were the 5th community in Canada to achieve a quality coordinated access system in April of 2021. So how we got there, we also have a very small but mighty team at the region of Durham. During our Built for Zero journey, at the beginning of our journey, we really only had 2 staff that were working in the homelessness portfolio and leading this work. And we realized that, again, we needed to change, and we really adopted the fail forward mentality. I know that we are not unique in that oftentimes we want our systems and our programs to be operating perfectly before we launch them. And we spend a lot of time getting caught in the what could happen. So we really adopted the fail forward mentality and tried to build that capacity across our system, that it's okay if we try something and it doesn't work. It just means that now we know better and now we can do better. So we started with a basic by name list and coordinated access system, and we've been making continuous improvements to it ever since. We also recognize the need for a shared vision. So one of the things we spent a lot of time talking about is a community. And if you think of a sinking ship, so there are holes in a ship and water is pouring in. Oftentimes in homelessness systems, we spend so much time figuring out how to bail out the water and how many buckets of water we can bail out and focusing on those outputs. And we really need to take a step back and slow down and think about how do we plug the holes to stop the water from coming in? And then how do we actually get people off of the boat? And so that's more looking at what your outcome measures are and what your impact is in your community. So all of the programs that are operating usually would report on outputs, number of people served, number of services provided. But what you really need to look at is what is the outcome? How many people actually had their homelessness ended because of that program, and focus less on what the day-to-day outputs are. So we spent quite a bit of time in our community talking about that and taking a leadership role to work with our agencies to understand that it's okay if your outputs are lower, but you have better outcomes. And yes, we do monitor what those outputs are, but what we really care about in our community is how many people we're able to house or how many people we're able to prevent from becoming homeless in the first place. We also celebrated all of the small wins along the way. Implementing a by name list and coordinated access system is no easy feat. It takes coordination of dozens of agencies operating within your system, sharing consents, sharing information, building the governance structure. So celebrating all of the small wins along the way is something that also works to keep your community engaged and recognizing the work that's happening across the system and across the providers. So we still have a Bright Spots campaign that we've adapted from the Built for Zero campaign, and we celebrate all of our housing move-ins. We celebrate when agencies have established a new partnership to work better together in our coordinated access system. And we publish those so that the community is able to see all of the good work that's happening. We also recognize that because we have such a small team, we can't do this alone. An integral part of the Built for Zero journey is really using your data to make system changes and to drive improvements in your system. We couldn't do that with a team of 2. So we took a look at our entire committee model across our homelessness system in Durham and restructured our committees and partnered with Built for Zero to provide education on what improvement science is and how do you use by name list data to take a look at what projects can be implemented within the shelter system or within your street outreach teams to make changes and see if that's having an impact on your by name list. And then lastly, our challenges are the same that you're experiencing and the same that all communities are facing. We see our inflow continue to increase. On average, we're seeing about 40 people added to our by name list every month. So we know we need to do better at homelessness prevention. We also recognize that there are groups on our by name list who have been on there a very long time because we don't have all of the right kinds of housing to support people. So we're working on using that data to build partnerships with our health system to provide better wraparound support so that we can get people housed faster and so that they can achieve housing stability. And then just to wrap it up before I pass it on, some of the things that we're working on right now that we're really excited about. is taking a look at our by name list in a new way. So we have our community priorities, much like everybody else with a by name list. And we were getting stuck on, we can't house everybody as fast as possible to start seeing reductions. So we're now looking at reductions in a new way and seeing which population groups on our by name list are we able to target resources to effectively end homelessness for that population group. So we reasonably believe that by the end of 2023, we're going to be able to end youth homelessness in Durham, end veteran homelessness in Durham, and also end homelessness for any folks on our by name list who are low acuity. So by taking a look at it in a different way, you can achieve wins in your community, which also then helps to build momentum to advocate for all of the other resources that you need to be able to effectively house some of those population groups that require better coordination across systems and across ministries. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for having us.
How did you fit all of that on one piece of paper? Just kidding. So I'm Grant. I'm from the city of Stratford. We're the service manager for Stratford, Perth County, and St. Mary's. If you see me on the monitor, I'm apparently the podium that can talk. So a little bit about the area. We're pretty small, but I think similar to here. We're comprised of 6 municipalities, the largest being the city of Stratford at just over 30,000. If you know our slogan, we're dramatically different, although I don't know how different we are really. But the entire county population is, I think, about 76,000. I'm not going to repeat some of the technical pieces and things like that Lori and Aaron mentioned for how we got to where we're at. But what I will share is kind of some key moments in our community as we went through this evolution that really kind of started to take shape. I think was it 2014 when communities in Ontario had to develop their 10-year housing and homelessness plans. And it was at that time where we had to acknowledge that we were a collection of programs or agencies that were doing busy good work, but we weren't functioning as a system. And we weren't even sure if the busy good work that we were doing was driving any reductions in homelessness. So that was important to acknowledge that there was going to be a need for collaboration, and that plan acted as our initial roadmap to say, what do we need to focus on? And it's not on focusing on everything. It's focusing on activities that drive reductions in homelessness. And that was important for us to use as a jump off point, because I think as the service manager, we don't fund a whole lot of homelessness services. Most of the relationships that we have in our community are with agencies where homelessness and housing isn't their primary mandate. Yet somehow we have to be able to find ways to convince our community to make it a big part of their focus. And so there's all those technical pieces that are really important. Like, do I have the right staffing and the right positions and the right resources and the right strategy? But we had to start from a place around building trust. We had to do things like acknowledge overcoming history, because there was a lot of ego, there was a lot of pride and division, there was a lot of pointing fingers, there was a lot of stuff like, well, this is a housing issue, not a health issue. This is a health issue, not a justice issue. And I think what I really loved about one of Chantel's slides with the tree was that there's also structural and system issues that are the roots of homelessness that we're collectively all a part of, that are contributing to what's presenting above the surface. So when we came with that approach of saying, let's move away from our own insecurities, our own ego, our own investments, and start thinking about what's it going to take in order for our end user to have a different experience, then we could start to do work a little bit more effectively. And so it was about trust building. It was about understanding the intersection of our work. Not that all of our work is exactly the same, but every organization did have intersections with across other organizations and sectors that were impacted by working with folks that were homeless. So the other piece was acknowledging a need, right? we've over again that by name lists and coordinated access ensures that we use the limited resources that we have as efficiently and effectively as possible. Well, that also goes with the spirit of collaboration. There was a need to work together because to do it alone, we would be failing. In fact, we had years and years of experience of showing that we were failing in the absence of true integrated collaboration. And that comes through different ways like goodwill and things like that, but also integrated information systems and maybe formalized partnership projects and service agreements and MOUs and all those things. But we also had to acknowledge our limitations within our scope of expertise and appreciate the expertise of others and how that informs a fulsome community-wide response. Both from service providers, but also those with the lived experience to kind of inform that kind of moving forward. So some of the challenges that we saw, one is despite all that great community will that we created, there's still the naysayers, the yeah, we don't have enough housing resources. We don't have this, we don't have that. Larger communities have all the resources. We don't have anything formal. But I would say over time, what grew as the voice got bigger around, okay, well, what can we do? What can we use? What do we have available to us to start making an impact and starting small and scaling up? The other thing is a challenge is like fatigue is real. And so is change fatigue. So I appreciated hearing from Lori and Aaron about like acknowledging milestones to keep people's momentum going when it seems like it's getting harder. So if it's, we've actually reduced or ended homelessness amongst youth in our community, let's celebrate that as we keep moving forward to that next milestone. But I think too, the challenge what we've seen is new levels of adversity that potentially we haven't seen before. But I'll just put it out there that, I think I mentioned to, is it Brandy from United Way at lunchtime? I think I'm celebrating, I don't know if this is a good thing, 20 years of working in housing and homelessness. I thought we would have solved it by now, but I've never known a time when housing was easy to find or develop or get, or ever a time when it was affordable. It's especially challenging right now, but we found solutions in the past. I fundamentally believe that we can find solutions now. We are just working that much harder, that much more creatively. So why I want to kind of end on this piece on that note is to talk about kind of where we're at now in Stratford, right? So we've had a quality by name list for a while. I think we're teetering around having a coordinated access system that meets reaching home designation or whatever the term they use. But we've done a lot of work too around driving reductions, despite the fact that it seems like as if the external factors, those larger external factors are worsening. We've sustained a reduction of more than 10% below baseline for the last 3 months. And I think in last month, we actually went to 21% below baseline. And that's despite not having any new investments in our community. Our number went up when we had new investments, and we're driving reductions when things seem like almost like they're at their worst. And I have to give credit. There's some upstream things that we're doing to kind of address it at a larger kind of leadership level. But there's lots of downstream factors that we're having better success with because of the work of direct service staff and how they've shifted their approach around, sure, there's lots of stuff that I can work on with people to maybe improve different parts of their lives, but we're committed to driving reductions to homelessness and doing that work very differently. So being very housing focused, being very action oriented, being very intentional, and using things like boring stuff that I still don't really love, but I see how essential it is to like getting people housed and them staying housed, like paperwork, document readiness, ID replacement, all those things, and finding ways to keep people who are living in a situation of homelessness motivated to do that boring nonsense that we expect them to do in order to get housed and stay housed. So a huge credit to I think the frontline staff and the people living in those situations to kind of keep that focus while people in leadership positions are trying to do broader structural changes and policy changes to kind of improve the overall system. Oh, okay. I think that's a good spot to stop.
I was going to say, I think you've probably heard enough about Hastings County that we could move on to some of the questions or something else, Chantel, but just building off of some of the conversations here, it's learning from the other municipalities, some of the opportunities that we can try and replicate, see the successes, but also celebrate a lot of the successes we have seen within the County of Hastings and our communities. Over the past couple of years, seeing a shelter come online, Shiloh House, having the Bridge Street United Church program, our Home for Good building on Sydney Street. We've seen a lot of successes, so it's important to celebrate those and utilize those successes to keep the momentum going, just as everybody else was saying.
All right, now we get to the fun part where you guys get to ask the questions. So put up your hands. Let us hear your questions. Kat and I will come around and, you can take advantage of all of the knowledge up there, or you can just pick on one individual at a time. It's completely up to you. It's fair game. I would like to, you guys did awesome, really great presentations. So, all right. While you guys are all thinking, Kat and I did have some questions, but only until you all start thinking. Let me see. How did the pandemic impact your homelessness inflow and outflow? Like the pandemic, and why we're asking this question is a pandemic, turned the world on its head. And it made life exponentially harder for people in need and people who are homeless. So I think it's really interesting to see how that was reflected in the numbers in each community.
Sure, thank you. So in the region of Durham, and again, this is not something that is unique to us, homelessness significantly increased, both in actual numbers, but also in the visibility of homelessness, which I think is a big part of it. Historically in Durham, a large proportion of folks experiencing homelessness were provisionally accommodated. So couch surfing, staying with friends or family. During the pandemic, we saw a significant rise in visible homelessness. Our shelter system was operating over 100% capacity for over a year. We're just now slightly going down in occupancy, but we're still in the high 95%. We're also seeing some changes in folks who are becoming homeless. We've seen, I believe it was over an 80% increase of families becoming homeless, which is a challenge in our community because we don't have a family shelter system. Historically, we've relied on a hotel model, but hotels are also selling their properties now for redevelopment. So that's a challenge in our community, but it's also an opportunity to look at how do we better support prevention for this group. Again, I think it's easy to get caught up in there's an increasing number. How do we support the people who are homeless? But we need to be thinking about what is causing that increase and how do we stop it from happening in the first place. So we're looking into now, how did we develop a housing benefit to keep people housed for families that have risk indicators of homelessness instead of looking at how do we support a shelter space for families to increase homelessness? So that's been an opportunity in our community. We're also seeing an increase, again, probably not unique to us in Durham. We had a 67% increase in unsheltered homelessness, so people that didn't have a place to go. Many different reasons for that. And again, it is a challenge, and it is certainly receiving a lot of political attention in our community and again, across the province, across the country. But it's another opportunity for us to figure out, instead of just increasing street outreach to respond to the symptoms of homelessness, how do we actually develop programs and services to help people get housed directly from an unsheltered situation or prevent them from becoming unsheltered in the first place? So that's some of what we've seen because of the pandemic.
Thank you, Erin.
We had a different experience in Stratford, St. Mary's, Perth County, or some similarities, but we actually didn't see our numbers go up for total number of people experiencing homelessness. But we saw the type of homelessness or the nature of how they were experiencing their homelessness to change, right? So it went from the majority of folks that we knew, and it's still this case today, their type of homelessness are provisionally accommodated, like couch surfing or in transitional housing and things like that. And that's still the case. It's still the majority, but we saw the visibility go up. We saw more folks move from those provisional accommodations to unsheltered situations. And so that's kind of the concerning part for us, is the heightened risks associated with people living in unsheltered situations versus when they were provisionally accommodated. But I think what it helped for us with a lot of community conversations was to say, the number isn't bigger. It's just you're seeing it more because that homelessness looks different. And so in some ways, it actually created some more community mobilization to say, what are we doing about this? Because to steal a hashtag from United Way, it was becoming increasingly unignorable. And so we're hoping that we'll start to see, as there's relief around the pandemic, that people will be able to enter back into kind of shelter spaces if they're not rehoused yet, or return to some type of temporary provisional accommodation while we work to rehouse them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I think for us too, it's kind of a similar story. I think we started to see a little bit of our numbers kind of go up in 2022. And again, it was families and really trying to think of how to be more upstream. A lot of times it's that relationship breakdown and trying to figure out, okay, who are the partners that might know about this a little beforehand? Can we do that prevention piece, and really trying to see how we could do that differently? I think we also see that, it has become more visible. And I know that in general, community wellness has become more visible downtown in our downtown core. So it certainly is something that we're currently working on and looking at. And hopefully the community is going to be coming together and come up with some strategic actions that can help support our community members.
I think just the one thing I'd like to add on to that too is when we talk about COVID and the impact and what it looks like within the homelessness sector, there's the health side of it that might have driven homelessness to become more visible within our communities. But it's also one when we look at the economy over the past couple of years and how that has shifted significantly, housing prices going up the way they're, the cost of living, which indirectly or directly, I'm not an economist to speak to that, but it is something throughout the pandemic that we've seen, and that can be causing more homelessness within our communities just due to the lack of the affordability within housing itself.
Thank you so much. Now that Chantel has broken the ice and asked the first question, anyone else have a question that they'd like to ask of our panel?
Often in communities, healthcare organizations and primary care don't work as closely with community organizations and organizations like yours. Can you talk about your experience in bridging the relationships with either hospitals, primary care, and whether you've had any celebrations or successes in that area?
I think for us, it's still a work in progress for sure. I think that, a big win for us was becoming a health service provider and receiving funding directly from Ontario Health West to provide scattered site supportive housing and the Ministry of Health. I think right now we have 40 units that we're funded for, and always looking for more, for sure. We're also working very closely with our OHT to advocate collectively for these supportive housing projects that we have coming online. I mean, we would like to support some of that operating piece, but we really need those clinical supports if these projects are going to be successful. And I know that there's also some work on looking at sort of a health hub in our community. And, can that be a co-collaboration between housing and health, where people can come in if they're struggling and get them those supports? So we have lots of conversations happening in our community, and I'm really hopeful that we can move forward. Also excited to see the province come together with additional funding being announced in the budget, and really hoping that health will be looking at how they can help prioritize homelessness. Because right now we're the only ministry that's mandated to prevent and reduce homelessness, but really hoping those health partners will come to the table with some thoughts and options.
Thank you. And just to echo what Lori said, it's still a work in progress for us in Durham too. We have had some successes. And really, I guess for us, it's been to start small. So pick a project and see, we discussed and have an MOU to support 10 clients living in a new housing project we have, and monitoring how that's going and having a lot of lessons learned from that. We also at the region of Durham developed our own teams. So there's called the Primary Care Outreach Program. So with a paramedic and a family counselor who has their master's of social work, they are out, those teams are out and mobile to support our clients and our teams, both for folks who are housed or who are in shelters or who are currently living unsheltered. So that's been a big win for our community. And then we also, because of the pandemic, Community Mental Health Association in Durham developed a low barrier clinic through a nurse practitioner led clinic at one of our homeless support hubs, which has been a huge benefit in our community. The shelter that is in close proximity to them has seen their responses to overdoses decrease by, I think it's something by close to like 80 or 90% since that clinic was there, and the ability to be able to support people through treatment. And we know that the wait lists for treatment are very, very long everywhere, but just having a clinical lead that is able to support people through that process and coordinate with our teams in housing and doing street outreach has been invaluable for our community.
I think most recently we've had some pretty good inroads with child welfare. There was a recognition that Children's Aid had a lot of young people that they knew who were actively experiencing homelessness, who were not ending up on our by name list because they weren't doing things like accessing our youth shelter or going through traditional kind of drop-in centers and things like that. So we were able to recently establish Children's Aid as an access point for our by name list, which has helped tremendously, not just for adding people to the by name list, but ensuring that they're still at the table when it's matching supports after being housed, and ensuring that continued case management. We also had some progress with our local hospital, because I think at a certain level, we acknowledge to say we're really trying to push forward with the RHI funding opportunity to do a new capital development project that looked at trying to create, I think it's 14 permanent supportive housing units. And we want to be, as the housing division for the city, to be the landlord and own and operate that space, but really trying to draw from the hospital's mental health outpatient staff and program staff there to be able to really kind of provide those intensive in-home supports. And then I would say our flagship Housing First program in our community that actually came from new funding about 5 years ago through Home for Good is built on a service collaborative model that looks at staff from the justice world, the VAW sector, social services, working together under one umbrella and doing that kind of intensive in-home support. So what's nice is, despite they all work for different organizations, they follow the same policies and procedures and practices, and they all report to the same governance structure that is the leadership from those different organizations. So then what's nice is that we actually see through this program, it actually doesn't just exist in a vacuum. The practices, it influences other programs within those other organizations that are linked to it. So we've actually seen how our local VAW shelter has changed a lot of their work in the shelter based around what they've learned by being attached to a Housing First program, which has been super cool to kind of watch develop over time.
And when we look at Hastings County, one thing I think is important to note is within our community response team, if you talk to any one of those that are working directly with individuals on the by name list, is that they'll say they're working closer with the healthcare sector than they are with any other sector, because there is so much overlap there. So I think locally, there is a lot of those relationships established. Some might not be formalized in certain settings and certain structures. We do have some when we look at Home for Good and partnerships we have within our units of that supportive nature that ties in with the healthcare sector. But we do have a strong system. And I think it's also encouraging to look at the participants here today and seeing that there is that participation from the health side and seeing how we can work together in that coordinated effort.
Chantel talked a little bit earlier about one of the next steps being a quality by name list for Hastings and Belleville. And I'm wondering if those of you that have confirmed a quality by name list through CAEH can speak a little bit to how that's benefited your community.
I feel like it's been quite a while for us in Wellington County, but I think it was definitely a lot of hard work. We definitely, and we still have to work at it. It's not something that you just check off that tick box and away you go. It's something that we have to do every day, is engage the community, have partners, and you need to see that there's some results that come out of this too, right? So I think when we talk about the reductions that we're seeing, and people are doing well that have been housed, they're retaining their housing, and you need to talk about some of those successes. So I think those are some of the key things. Is the work is not done once you hit that checkbox. You've got to keep working at it.
Thank you. So our quality by name list is a little bit more recent. And I think the biggest benefit that it's had in our community is really standardize the way we talk about homelessness in our community, or at least kind of move us along that direction. So prior to having a by name list, we had all of the every other year point in time counts that was de-identified data. It would change all of the time. We had shelter statistics from HIFIS, but our by name list is really our first opportunity for everybody to have a common understanding of what homelessness looks like in our community and what changes are actually happening. So it's also helpful to strengthen against, we hear it in Durham, I'm sure everywhere else hears it too. You'll hear those anecdotal things about, there are busloads of people getting brought in from another community, or we have a significant increase in homelessness because of X, Y, and Z. And because we have our by name list, we can go back to that to say, this is what's actually happening in our community. And I think you can't really start to move forward until there's a common understanding from all stakeholders on what your baseline is and where you're at, and how are you actually going to measure progress in your community, for better or for worse. So if you have a common understanding and things are getting worse, now all stakeholders are accountable because you've all agreed that this is an accurate reflection of what's happening in your community. And if you're seeing reductions, and that's something that every stakeholder in your community can celebrate, again, because it is reliable and accurate information that everybody understands.
Yeah, there's lots of great things about a by name list. I think we've had it for a few years now. Definitely, Aaron said it better, but I just love the idea. It helps with the myth busting. Also too, like before 2017, we were a community that never did even a point in time count. So there's a lot of wild speculation, and maybe sometimes with noble intentions. And when we did our first point in time count, what it did is it helped move from what we think we know to what we actually know. And then when we move from a point in time count to a by name list, this is what we know even better now, because that information is continuously kind of updated. And from a advocacy and policy perspective, and as a funder, it helped us to be more strategic around where we focus around our investments, or even around what we want to focus on for our improvement projects. Right. So, for instance, most recently we saw that we have, despite these reductions, we have 34 individuals on our by name list that are identified as being trimorbid, and they've been homeless for a really, really long time. And we said, okay, well, we can do all the reductions we want and all the improvements we want, but if we don't focus on how we're going to help these 34 households that we now know by name, we're never going to end homelessness. So while we're doing this great stuff over here, what are we also doing to try and create improvement projects that houses also these folks over here that it's really complex and we haven't figured out yet. So all of those things really help when you have a by name list to kind of make some of these arguments, but also give focus around where you want to go.
Okay, just doing a sound check here. If everyone can hear me at the back as well. Okay, my name is Robert. I'm here with the Quinte Region Landlords Association with my colleague Ken. We have over 260 members representing approximately over 2,000 rental housing units in the region. The reason we're here is because we want to help. We want to be part of the solution. And we were at the last homeless housing summit in 2019, 2018. We also sit on the Quinte West Housing Action Table, and we regularly engage community service agencies here, many of them in the room as well. But we have a lot of members, mainly small landlords. They want to be part of the solution, but they face a lot of regulatory barriers to being able to take on more risk. So my question is, do you have examples in your jurisdictions where you've successfully worked with private housing providers to help provide more housing, address, the homelessness crisis, more vulnerable tenants? And do you have a wish list or examples or ideas of how private housing providers could come to the table and help more than what they're already doing?
I think before we hear from some of the other communities too, the one thing I'll highlight when we talk about Hastings County, one thing we've leaned on is that private landlord relationship, because in smaller communities, more rural communities, the ma and pa landlords are critical to the rental market and to being able to provide housing for some of the clients that we work with. And we've been able to establish some strong relationships. We have over 500 rent subsidy agreements within our operations that would be a large majority in partnership with private landlords. So we recognize that support and how critical it is to have access to those units. So it's finding ways that we can expand on some of those rent supplement agreements and find a common barrier between the cost and the supplements that we are able to provide. So I think locally we do have some of those relationships and finding ways that we can strengthen them, because it is a big piece of the housing market and the housing continuum.
I think for us too, the vast majority of people that get housed off of our by name list are in private market rental units. So we rely heavily on the private market. And, one of the things that we've been doing is, are there creative ways that we can work together when there might be some incident that happens and there's some damages? Can we learn early on if there's a problem with any sort of rental payments, things like that? So encouraging those relationships and really trying to support one another. And then just even, we've got some landlord engagement recognition happening as well. So thanking, big, small landlords that come on board and want to partner with us, and really just ensuring that you have support, right? If you have a question, you know who to call and who to help.
Sure. I guess what I can add to that is, so we're currently piloting in Durham a landlord engagement pilot. And so we're trying to think about clients in a different way. So historically, we've always looked at our clients as folks at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness, and how do we support them to get housed? So we've started thinking about how do we support landlords as a client to be able to provide more housing for our clients. So that's something that we're doing right now. We just finished our 1 year and we're pivoting that program a little bit, but there's dedicated case management staff for the landlord. So when a landlord agrees to participate in the program, there's support there. There's also some financial support if there is rental loss or damages up to a certain extent. And in return, the landlord agrees to work with us and house folks from our by name list. But that housing also comes with case management support for the client that is separate and apart from the support for the landlord. We did hear from a lot of our case managers that it can be a struggle to have to support a landlord and the tenant at the same time, because you're kind of walking that fine line. So separating that can sometimes be more helpful and be more supportive to landlords to try and obtain more units. So that's something that we're piloting right now. We're hoping to have more information on how that's going in the next year or so.
So in Stratford, Perth County, St. Mary's, we do some of the things that were already mentioned. The majority of the housing that people are moving into is private market, and the majority of that private market stock are small landlords that are using these rentals as like investment properties to help them prepare for their retirement. There are some larger landlords, but there's very few. And then the ones that they do have are not particularly big buildings, because we have a municipal bylaw that says that no apartment building or no building can be higher than I think 4 or 5 floors, because we don't have a fire department that has a ladder that goes that high. So it even impacts what we can develop in our community. So just going back to though, like the mom and pop shops really do feel the impact when things don't go well in their housing. So we were super mindful of that when we launched some of our initiatives to build exactly that capacity for designated positions where they do see the landlord as their primary client, doing things like ensuring that rent is paid on time and in full, addressing damages, even being able to assist with understanding the process for the LTB and proper notices and stuff like that. These are folks that maybe got into being landlords without any kind of training in advance to know what it means to be a landlord and all the administrative responsibilities with it. And so for some landlords, that's enough, that support, especially just covering the hard costs. However, we do still have some small landlords who say, even with covering all those hard costs, like filing fees and damages and things beyond regular wear and tear, there's a time and administrative cost that I don't get back, right? If it's just me and my wife, and we're doing this outside of our regular day job, it is substantial. So then we had to listen to, we didn't have to, we were open to hearing that through ongoing consultation and feedback surveys and appreciation dinners to hear like what's making a difference and what's still missing to keep you at the table. And so we're trying to think about now, okay, for our smaller landlords who don't have property management services or things like that available to do this kind of work, how are we helping alleviate that pressure around the time commitment to work through some of these challenges when it comes to some of the folks that we want housed? Oh, and the wish list. I think a lot of folks, one is I just want to appreciate landlords who do provide housing stock to programs that do support individuals that were experiencing homelessness, because as the market gets more competitive, I'm sure you can be that much more selective. But my hope is that you see that through retention and support over time, that it's just as profitable to rent to folks attached to a housing support program. But we also know too that a lot of the same folks continue to be screened out of the housing that is available, whether in private market or social housing. So I talk about those folks that are trimorbid, chronically homeless. Stigma is real in both private and public sectors, where those same folks are not getting housed. So the wish list is to say, do we have any brave private market landlords who are willing to take on tenants that are the most complex folks and roll with the behavior stuff that it happens, but know that you're going to be adequately supported? And then from the social support end, those programs need to commit to delivering consistently on what they said they were going to do to keep landlords happy.
Thank you. I was just wondering, I know you guys say that you have a small team, but what was the actual composition of your team? Like what expertise do you have on there? And what would you like have as like a wish list if there was no limit to budget or anything? Oh, I apologize. Sorry. My question was just what was the composition of your team and what specialties you had on there? And if you could build a perfect one, what would that look like?
Positions. I'm one of them, and then a research and program analyst that kind of helps the back end work kind of happen. But we do have teams that are funded to do kind of the community work, and then we plan and strategize and coordinate with them. But I think we're hearing over and over and over again the complexity of the health issues that folks are living with once housed. And nobody on our Housing First team is a doctor, a nurse, and yet we're expected to respond to really complex community health issues. So the wish list is to say, how do we involve more capacity or more involvement from like, ACT team style things into community-based housing initiatives? That would be on my wish list. And as someone who used to be a housing stability worker doing ICM stuff, I always thought like, how am I the most suited person to do this? Right? Like I have a degree in social work. I know how to like talk to people and write stuff down. But I know nothing about health. I know nothing about the legal world other than like Googling the same stuff that everybody else Googles. I think we can say, how do we ask for more than what Grant can provide?
And at the region of Durham, so specific to our homelessness initiative team, which is the service manager role, back when I started, it was half of my portfolio and then one program coordinator. So it was 1.5 of us. We were able to scale up so that there was 3.5 of us in the midst of when we were rolling out our by name list and coordinated access system. So it's still a very small team that is responsible for the oversight function, the contract compliance, the systems planning, managing our by name list, all of those pieces. But we are taking some really big steps this year to significantly expand that work. And I think there's recognition that we can't just rely on community partnerships and the tireless work that community agencies are doing day in and day out. We need to be more involved in showing leadership and working with our agencies. So we are getting more into direct delivery, and we have a team now working directly with folks from our by name list. We also have staff that are connecting with agencies to work on not only on compliance, but also just to build capacity with agencies. We have a lot of training opportunities that agencies don't get access to. So we are starting to expand, which has been really exciting.
I'm definitely going to say my first thing would be what Grant said. We definitely need those clinical supports attached to services. And then we also rely on our nonprofit partner agencies to deliver a lot of these services. And can we look at some sort of wage parity within those organizations to help bring up the staff that are there? I think internally we have had to hire some additional staff. So I currently have 2 housing stability coordinators that coordinate all kinds of case conferences and the coordinated entry system. Also looking at managing sort of all of the contracts that we have with all the community agencies. We have 3 staff that directly deliver benefits to individuals, and we definitely could use more. I think the biggest was our current addition of a policy analyst. Really important to be having somebody that's looking at that data. What's the best practices that are out there? What should we be looking at pivoting to next? I think we're keys.
And within Hastings County, we have a group within the management level that are focused on those funding agreements, working towards the by name list implementation, coordinated access. But over the past couple years, and really now it's in full implementation, is our community response team, and that's made up of 7 case workers and 1 supervisor that oversees those caseworkers that are out in the community and working directly, intensively with individuals on the by name list, dealing with referrals that come through our agency about potential individuals who are at risk of homelessness or assumed to be experiencing homelessness. So this community response team has been one that's been critical within our community's response. It's also, the community response team has worked very closely with the partner agencies, many that are here today, to work together for that success. So it's one where we're in a good position because we have some of the staffing complement within our Hastings County, the community and human services umbrella, but we also recognize needing to partner with the clinical, with our nonprofits, with the healthcare sector. But that community response team has been instrumental within working with the by name list ourselves.
Okay. Hi, Hazem Kutsi with Habitat for Humanity, Prince Edward Hastings. We're in the home building business. We're in the business of a hand up, not a handout. We're in the business of affordable home ownership opportunities. At the far right side, if I'm looking at it on my left or right, of the housing continuum. Now, we can help in terms of moving people through the continuum into home ownership opportunities by moving people through the pipeline from high rent or unsuitable conditions into home ownership opportunities and working our way backward. One of the things that we talk about when we look at homelessness, and if I look at what Robert Gentile was saying from Quinnipiac Region Landlords Association, there are 240 some odd, 260 investors in this community that have rental units that are available. They are investors. They're concerned about their investment, about the risk associated with their investment. They don't understand all of the opportunities that exist to help the community. And so, for example, there's a couple of questions I want to ask. I'm getting to them. With the city of Belleville, there was a study done recently on rooming houses. And if we're going to get 142 homeless, this according to the stats that we have today, we know the number's a lot higher than that. But even if it's double, even if it's 300, if we're going to get 300 people off the streets, you know, the Phil Sprys, the Bob Cottrells, the Altogether Housing, they've done, you know, their share. They keep building these wonderful units. And we are solving the problem one at a time. But I think with, you know, 260 investors in your community with an opportunity to consider rooming houses as a solution, that was part of a consulting study that was done, that might help with that. And how you do that, bring them into a room, incentivize it, take away the risk, be partners in the risk. So we talk about this being a community solution. And there's been a lot of really good discussion, a lot of really good presentations on the situation. We've looked at it so far today from a social perspective, from a financial perspective in terms of what it means from a bureaucracy, but also we've got to look at it from an investment perspective in the private sector and how we can incentivize that for them. And I think if we can bring those homeowners into a room, talk about all these wonderful programs that they have no clue about, how that we can partner with them, mitigating the risk of their investment being lost, that might help put 300 people into homes. The backside of that is, how do, you know, Brent, you said earlier, how do we stop it? It's been a 100-year problem. Every time we, you know, think we've got housing solved, it's less than 1% of our population. It's 0.3% that we're talking about. But yet it seems to be really massively out there. We see it every day because it's downtown. It's you know, affecting business. It's making people nervous to walk downtown after dark. So we're not talking about a huge number. Is there a way to stop it at the end? How do we prevent people from getting into the system? Because if we keep solving the problem, going back to my start, hand up, not a hand out, if we keep solving the problem for them, we end up keep getting people coming forward, because some people choose not to be homeless, some people do.
I guess my comment will be engaging with landlords, engaging with all housing providers for solutions is critical. Looking at the private side, nonprofits, social community housing providers, building that in is something that providing some education could see some progress and maybe some changes. And then the other side of my thought is, I know we talked about earlier that in 2014, Hastings County did our housing and homelessness plan. It's a 10-year plan at that point with a 5-year renewal that was done in 2019. We're looking at now creating a new housing and homelessness plan in the next year and a bit. So how do we engage with all the right stakeholders in developing that long-term plan that looks at the housing continuum as a whole, from the early stages of homelessness all the way to market home ownership, market rentals, recognizing that the continuum is really something that we need to focus on.
I'm going to steal a quote from Ian DeYoung, and I feel like I've stolen many quotes from him over my career. He says something to the effect of, they don't teach real estate in social work school, but increasingly so, if you're going to work in housing and homelessness, real estate is your business. So early on, we did this with an initiative that I was a part of in London, and then we also incorporated it in Stratford, and I mentioned it earlier, is hiring people who are not social workers. They're housing finders, they're landlord recruiters, they're people that have a business background, who have a real estate background, who speak that language. I don't speak that language. I'm not good at engaging folks in that sector, so I don't do it. I hire people to do that. And I might tag along. So, but I think what we were able to do when we used that approach was exactly that. We took advantage in the best way possible. Those real estate brokers who maybe wanted a day job and they did their real estate stuff in the evenings and weekends. We took advantage of their relationships, their networking, the professional associations that they were a part of, to really kind of go out and make a sales pitch and start to do that recruitment from like a financially advantageous perspective as opposed to just the maybe socially right thing to do. It can be both things. And so that was the approach that we kind of adopted. We had to put in investments into the programs to say, well, what are the incentives that landlords care about? So yeah, pay directs, first and last month's rent assistance, rental arrears support, those designated staff following up at the first of each month to make sure on that roll call that everybody got their rent paid on time and in full. And if they didn't, we issued payment right away. Because we wanted to show that it can be easy and convenient to do the right thing to help vulnerable people. And then we said we would show also results to say, have you ever had bad tenant experiences that were not folks who weren't homeless, like maybe students, professionals, or people who presented well in a viewing and then they were a nightmare afterwards, and you didn't have a program to call to say, help me solve this problem. Well, now you have that, right? So we're not going to pretend like there isn't maybe issues that are going to come with this tenancy, but there's an adequate response in place to resolve those concerns when they come up. The second part of your comment was about kind of prevention, right? Of course, when we showed earlier this piece around not just outflow, so how are you moving people into housing with the right supports to maintain it, but also what are you doing to slow down the inflow? So every community has to focus on what are our prevention strategies, right? For stopping people who are already housed from becoming homeless, so having rental assistance programs, utility arrears, things like that, but also strong diversion programs to say, you may have lost your housing, but what can we do to make sure that you don't come into the homelessness system of care and maybe reconnect you with natural supports and things like that. But our by name list data gives us that insights to say, like, are we as good as we hope we are around prevention to slow down that inflow? And if not, maybe we need to invest a little bit differently. Maybe we need to change our approach. Maybe we need to listen to some folks who know a little bit better than us. So it's all kind of happening, I think. But I think also, too, where we got better was actually listening to folks from different sectors to say, what's going to motivate you to mobilize those 260 some odd members to participate in something like this?
Okay. That's our time. I really want to thank the panelists for coming. Some of them drove like 4 hours one way to be with us here today. And I know that they're really busy. So really great information. Thank you for sharing. It's fantastic. Round of applause.
Thank you. We are just going to take a short break. There's, I believe, some coffee on, and we'll start again in about 10 or 15 minutes. Thank you.
Different. We get paid. I have a question for that group, but I didn't. Yeah, yeah, we do have, there will. It's so good. Because you might get my own thing. I don't have to. I know you know, but I want to, one question I want to ask you, when you had the homeless problem, with the welfare rate and the church, one thing, For all of us. Would you want some? Help yourself. You have to focus on council, not the other guy. That is the worst coffee ever seen. Oh, it's coffee. But it's got the consistency of tea. If that's the worst that you can come up with, and you know what? It'll be all over social media. No, I'm not saying anything. The red ribbon that separates. Oh, like seriously, folks. Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm just really happy. I can tell you what she wanted to do, and if I'm going, she wanted a band because there's few hundred chemicals that the bench pipe. You know what it was? She admitted her neighbor was out from she didn't make a plan. But she was in a band and throughout the whole city. She's truly doing it. Not even on this side or participate because she's trying to solve that. I normally don't. Normally I don't. Oh, that's yeah, a little bit this side here. I'm in a radio hour. Then my flight is really up to 8, so I'll be off of that. I got 2 passengers to put on the 2-year cruise ship. Who's going? They're going. You know? Who else? And Lisa and Mia. Oh, and Yard. You got and Joe. Joe's going and a bunch of his guys. It's just okay. Well, I find it hard. I thought small people, right? It used to be really, really hard. Good Road was known as kind of like Vegas of, but they used to, in the 60s, all the road people in the small municipalities used to go. They would literally bring in busloads of hookers to the Royal York. I kid you not. Ask them old school road people come over, and that's all he used to go. It wasn't anybody but. So they were the guys who paved the roads. I'm going to the national one. I'm in fact FPM. No, May. Long weekend is it? No. It's in Toronto. And then I'm going to the one in London. I'm not going to London. I like Keynote, but
If I could ask everybody to get seated, we're going to start again. Welcome back. I would now like to hand it over to Kat Riley, also from the CAEHA, to spearhead a discussion aiming to end homelessness. Oh, maybe Kat's not here. I started too early. Oh, you're okay. You scared me. Go ahead, Kat. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, you guys can hear me okay in the back? I see no thumbs up, but I'm going to assume that that was a yes. So hello, everyone. My name is Kat Riley. I am Chantel's colleague at the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness on the Built for Zero team. Thank you for having me here today. I know it's the end of the day, so I promise I'm not going to talk for very long. I'm just going to introduce you to a couple of concepts that should help explain some of those new papers that you may have noticed that showed up on your table over lunch. So today, in the last part of the day, we're going to be talking about aims and measures. So first off, why set an aim? This morning, you heard Chantel talk about setting an aim to get clear on your goal and ensure that your community focus is aligned. Setting an aim allows the community to understand what success looks like, both in the short and in the long term. So for example, your overall community aim may be to end chronic homelessness, but your shorter term aim is to reduce chronic homelessness by a certain amount and by a certain date. Having a clear aim like this helps provide targeted focus and accountability. All action taken should be in support of that aim. Before making any decision in the system, we should be stopping and asking ourselves, does this help us move closer to our aim? And if it doesn't, we should be reevaluating whether this is something we should be putting our energy and time into. Setting an aim provides a benchmark against which you can measure progress. So saying that you want to reduce homelessness doesn't really tell us much about what's going on. Not in the same way that when we set a measurable aim, we have a target that we can quantify and we know when we want to see a certain result. And it's also important to note that it's okay if we don't set the aim. So sometimes we have people that feel a little hesitant. They don't want to put a number out there and say, well, what if we don't achieve it? What will that look like? This work is about continuous improvement. We have heard all day about how complex this work is and all of the different ways we've needed to pivot over the last couple of years to get this work done. So it's okay if we don't meet our aim. Sometimes our plans don't work out as intended, or things happen that are out of our control that impact or slow our progress. But by setting an aim and continually working toward it, you're much better positioned to be moving toward that goal. So what makes a good aim statement? Setting an aim is not an arbitrary process. We want to ensure that the aim makes sense in the context of the community. So we're not just pulling numbers out of thin air. We're not looking at what our neighboring communities are doing and saying, hey, well, like that sounds good. Let's adopt that here. Or let's try and beat them by 5%. We want to make sure that the aim is actually making sense with what's going on. It should be ambitious enough that it inspires people and motivates people toward action. And a good aim adheres to the SMART model. So many of you are likely familiar with the SMART model, but here's a quick overview just for those that may be seeing this for the first time. For an aim to be SMART or most effective, it should be specific, meaning that it clearly outlines what you are trying to achieve. It should be measurable, so it defines what success looks like. It should be attainable, meaning that it can be accomplished in the allotted time that we have. It should be relevant, meaning that it is aligned with our long-term goals. And it should be time-bound, meaning it has a realistic end date. So as an example of a weak aim, it would look something like this. The city of Belleville will reduce homelessness by 2027. We know generally what is meant by this, but there's a lot of room for improvement. So when we say reduce homelessness, what does that mean? What type of homelessness? Reduce from what number and by how much? And if we were to circle back in 2027, would we actually be able to tell if this goal was met? A SMART aim, on the other hand, would look something like this. The city of Belleville will reduce chronic homelessness by 25% by March 31st, 2027. And this is the draft aim that is being proposed for discussion today. So don't worry, you don't have to memorize this. It is written on your table. We're going to spend a couple of minutes talking about it, but this draft SMART aim is the actual aim that we've drafted that we're seeking feedback on today. And we can break this aim into its SMART components. So first of all, we can see that it's specific. We're talking about the city of Belleville aiming to reduce chronic homelessness. We know exactly what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. It's also measurable. We're talking about a 25% reduction, pretty straightforward. We're going to return to attainable at the end, so just hold your thoughts there. This aim is relevant as it aligns with the community's overall goal and mandate to end chronic homelessness, and it is time-bound. They're aiming to accomplish this by March of 2027. Now, let's go back to the attainability. Typically, to determine if an aim is attainable, we would look to our data. So how many people does 25% equate to? And is that aligned with how things are currently going in the community? So for example, if we were to look at our historical data and see that homelessness was projected to increase by say 50% during the same time frame, it probably wouldn't be realistic to set an aim saying like, no, we're not going to have a 50% increase. We're going to turn it around and decrease by 25%. And in the same way, if our data was telling us that we were projecting to decrease by 30% if we did nothing, well, then we would also know that this aim isn't ambitious enough. So remember, we want to find that sweet spot between too easy and impossible in order to inspire and motivate. So the challenge that we have here is that the by name list in Hastings and Belleville is relatively new, and we are limited in the amount of data that we have to work with. At CAEH, we would typically look to confirm a quality by name list, which is what some of our panelists were talking about earlier, and use that data to inform a baseline before setting a reduction goal. So again, you'll remember this morning when Chantel shared some of those next steps, those were the things she was talking about, is confirming a quality list and establishing our baseline. However, in preparing for this summit, the planning team was committed to setting a reduction goal, recognizing the urgency of ending homelessness and wanting to use this opportunity to seek feedback from the community stakeholders. So the team has therefore opted to set a reduction goal based on the data that is currently available from the by name list, while concurrently working to confirm a quality by name list to validate that this is an appropriate goal. And if following confirmation of a quality by name list through CAEH, we find out something that is drastically different than the data that we have today, we would just encourage them to revisit the aim. Again, coming back to that continuous improvement mindset, if we find out something that questions what we previously thought was attainable, then we can shift our focus. But for now, based on the data that is available, this is the figure that we've come up with. So this table that I am about to show you is called a driver diagram, and no worries if you're hearing that term for the first time today. It's just a different way of breaking down some of the things that we think will need to happen in order to achieve that aim. So first up, we have the aim on the left. And this is the end state that the community is hoping to achieve by the date. Next, we have the primary drivers. And these are the things that have been identified so far that we think need to happen in order to achieve that aim. So we think that by March 31st, 2027, in order to see that 25% reduction, the city of Belleville will need to have a quality by name list. They will need to have improved sharing and reporting of homelessness data, confirm a quality coordinated access system, and have the adequate housing resources in order to make all of this happen. Furthermore, we also have what are called secondary drivers, and this works much the same. So these drivers that are listed on the far right are the things that need to happen in order for the primary drivers to occur. So in order to confirm a quality by name list, we need to make sure that we have BNL data that is reliable within a 5% margin of error. We would need to confirm that quality by name list through CAEH's scorecard process. Improved sharing and reporting of homelessness data means that this data is being shared in a quarterly infograph report, and of course, adhering to any annual provincial and federal reporting requirements that already exist. To confirm a quality coordinated access system, we would need to have a confirmed system through CAEH, again, similar to the quality by name list process. And we would need to see increased participation from community partner agencies. So for example, police, bylaw, fire, healthcare, justice. And then finally, of course, adequate housing resources. So in order to understand better what do adequate housing resources look like, there has been discussion about completing a housing resource gap analysis. So looking at what is out there and what are the needs of the people on the by name list, and do those two things measure up together. And finally, an appropriate supply of housing and support resources. Similarly, there's also been discussion about aiming toward functional zero veteran homelessness. And I won't go through this slide in as much detail because it is largely a lot of overlap from the other slide, because we need the same infrastructure to end homelessness for veterans as we do for chronically homeless. The couple of differences that I'll highlight here are partnerships with veteran organizations, right? So needing to understand who are the veterans serving service providers in the community, making sure that they understand the by name list, they understand coordinated access, they know who to contact when they experience a veteran, when they encounter a veteran experiencing homelessness. And in terms of the housing resources, if we are looking to reach functional zero veteran homelessness, we're going to need to put some thinking toward prioritizing veterans for those housing resources that we do have. So I know I went through those two slides very quickly, but you will find on your tables the same information just laid out in a slightly different way. So there is a table that includes the draft aims and measures that have been discussed. And there is also a sheet with discussion questions. So for the bulk of our time remaining today, we're asking that at your table, you spend some time discussing as a group the information that I've just shared with you that you also have on your table. So looking at these aims and measures, first of all, rank them. What do you think is the most important thing that the city of Belleville would need to consider right now? If we were to leave today and start working on something, what is the most important one of the ones that we've suggested? Second question is, what do these drivers address about the homelessness needs that exist locally? So when we think about the complexity of homelessness and all of the different moving parts that need to be addressed, is that captured here? And if not, question 3, what are they not addressing? What's missing? So this diagram that I have shared with you, this is very much a draft. This is a first draft. And the purpose of this is to really go through it critically and understand, like, did we come even close? The fourth question is, what drivers could or should be added to make a measurable reduction locally within the next 4 years? So not so much thinking of the first column with the aims, but thinking about, like, is this all we need? So if I go back to reduce chronic homelessness by 25%, if we have a quality by name list, if we have improved sharing of data, a quality coordinated access system, and adequate housing, will we reduce homelessness by 25%? And if not, what's missing? What did we not do? So think about that as you're answering these questions with your table. And finally, what can your organization do to support these aims and help reduce homelessness? Again, we've heard a lot today about how this can't be done by any one department or any one organization. This is a collective problem that we need to work collectively to solve. So think about what is within the scope of your responsibility that you could be doing that would help move us closer to this aim. So at every table, we need to ensure that there is a scribe. So please make sure that someone is documenting these conversations that you're having on the question sheet that's provided, so that the city can then look at these answers later and see what everyone had to say. We'll be giving you a little over half an hour to do this, and then we'll be asking if there's folks that want to share. We'll have a little bit of time for sharing afterward. Chantel and I will be floating around. If you have any questions, flag us down. Otherwise, I think you've heard enough from me. And I'm just going to leave this slide up as well. I know it's probably hard to see for folks in the back. Questionnaires. Yeah, I think we have some.
So I'm just prompting others, make sure you get to that color everywhere. So we need a chair, and then the plan about the natural thing. You gotta take care. Yeah, good for you. Miller and Johnson not impressed. Unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I'm gonna get that framed. That's Joe at Good Road Conference. Abandoned? This is so much. You enjoying? I was trying to not let the other day. You know, I read it, there's a moment ago, I just kind of got like, I think you just, when you're fucking tired. They are the family. I don't think they was. Over here. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yeah, I don't think it's not. All right. Thanks, Dave. Thanks. I got worse.
Is everybody ready to get started again? Okay, now I'll call upon Chantel Perry and Kat Riley. Will now be here to deliver some feedback on what we've heard during the community discussion.
All right, so we're just looking to wrap up today by hearing from any tables that want to share and just share a little bit about what conversation has been happening at your table. And yeah, just have a little bit of a say with the group. So Chantel is floating around with a microphone. Who would like to go first? Just raise your hand.
It's your time to give some feedback, thoughts, comments. We know you didn't have a lot of time, but we can see that people are getting tired. So you can continue to think about these aims and the measures and provide feedback, but any prelim discussion that you had, come on. Of course you did it right.
Okay. All right. So we were looking at the aims. So do you want to know how we rank these, like number 1 to 7? Is that what we were doing? Okay. We felt it was difficult because the end goal is to have people off the streets and in houses. So how do we not rank that as number 1? But we looked at all of the other pieces that needed to be ahead of that to accomplish that goal. So we did put, like we did say, reducing chronic homelessness and ending veteran homelessness as 1 and 2. But then it's looking at how you do all of those other things. We wound up scoring expanding transitional housing units as the last part of that because, we wound up scoring as number 7. So the last of it, the expanded transitional housing units and housing allowance, we wound up scoring that last, which seemed really backwards to us. But again, it was about the communication and the things that need to happen to get people into houses, to coordinate the access and get community members continuing these discussions. We also thought that 2027 seemed way too far if we're reducing this chronic homelessness, whether or not there was a way to get shorter goals to measure. So what are we doing by the end of this year, by the end of next year? Because the fear is some of us were at a homelessness summit a few years ago. We were part of a 10-year plan. We just want to see that there's actual change and things will continue to move forward. And that's kind of where we got stuck.
And I will just say, while Chantel's finding the next table that wants to share, there is no right or wrong way to do this. We gave you guys a lot of information and not a lot of time to work through it. So as long as you were having a conversation at your table about how to reduce chronic homelessness in the city of Belleville, you were doing it right. So don't be shy, share whatever you talked about.
And again, it's a reminder that these are drafts. So Belleville wanted to set aims and measures. Of course, Hastings County is the service manager for homelessness, and Belleville wants to support Hastings in that role. So that's kind of why these are draft and why we're looking for your feedback. Volunteer? Thank you.
So it's interesting that you made reference to Belleville and Hastings. And one of the first conversations we had is there an opportunity for the cities to come together and have a shared goal related to reducing homelessness rather than having separate goals and having Hastings County go across? So I know that's a tall order, but you know, homelessness has no boundaries and we're really one community. So we all encourage you to think about that. We found some of the other prioritization difficult because, you know, all our panelists told us to use the data and we don't have the data. So we don't know how to break down the data of who actually is homeless. So we're assuming we didn't have those background. We talked about the Indigenous and First Nations population. We're adjacent and wondered why that might be an opportunity or something that was missed, and an opportunity to bring that forward based on the data. Other things that we saw that may be an opportunity in missing is doing some work around humanizing our homeless population, both with our businesses and with our community citizens, reducing stigma, myth busting according to the information. We talked about really trying to get some evidence and best practice around the types of housing. There's lots of housing initiatives that are going on, and often they're driven by what comes down by government. But maybe there's a way for us to influence that. So do we need more supportive housing for aging? You know, what's the right kind of housing? We talked about the development of interprofessional, interorganizational teams, you know, maybe primary care, mental health teams. And Colin made a great offer of potentially trying to connect up with Bridge Street and providing some psychiatry services to that group. So I think that was ours.
Thank you. Great feedback. Anybody else? Excellent. Oh, I love all these hands. This is like awesome. We'll remind everybody. No, we have Renee. Okay.
Okay. Number one, we had some concerns. We thought it should be supportive housing, not alternative housing. And confirm the community where or the stats who is the 124 families, individuals. That was one thing. And we didn't get nothing for number two. But number three, we were looking at possibly where is the proactive work with the evictions? And do people are people aware, or the agencies that are in this community know the process of evictions so we can get help before people are evicted? And especially for us is the CAL information, what's your rights as a tenant is very important. 4 years, we think that's a long time, but you know, I think things take time. But that's about it. We kind of got stuck on one.
Thank you for sharing that. And over to this table.
Oh, my people start to launch. Okay, I'll talk loud. Oh. So our table picked out two things here. So first of all, we talked about establishing a quality by name list. From hearing other communities talk about it at the front today, sounded like it was about a 2-year process from the moment that they got it initially approved and then getting to the point where they were deemed a quality by name list. So we'd like to see that done at the very least for the Belleville area by the end of June 2024. And you really can't go on and start to think about how you can get to the functional zero until you're at that point that you have a quality by name list. The second thing we chose was transitional housing beds or units being expanded and connecting long-term subsidies or housing allowances to these transitional units or beds. So the things that would potentially, what do these things? Yeah, so how do they help? It's the ability, I guess I already said it, the ability to track and trend reliable data. If you don't have your quality by names list, you won't be able to do that. And for the transitional housing, it offers opportunities for freeing up emergency shelter beds when you have transitional beds, and it leads to that natural progression that they can go to, folks can go to transitional units where they gain the skills and the coping skills to move into long-term housing, and hopefully reduce recidivism of them bouncing back and forth between homelessness. And I think, Brandy, you're going to tackle the next two?
You only gave it to me because I got on a soapbox a little bit, but I think something that's missing from the plan right here is around prevention and stopping the inflow of homelessness, where the inflow is greater than the outflow. So if we can keep people housed who are currently housed, there has to be a strategy around prevention and making sure that that folks are not losing their housing faster than we are able to house others. And the other piece of this, and from what we heard from the panel discussion, is really around the reliance on the community service organizations and the not-for-profit organizations that are supporting these strategies. And they can't do that if they're not well-resourced. So making sure that the not-for-profit sector is very well-resourced through this, because their expectations and responsibilities are going to be increased if they're working with primarily people who are very complex, potentially if they're sitting on the by names list.
Excellent point. One last table. Yay.
Hi. I'm going to talk a little bit about the second, what was missing. And a couple of the things that we thought about and discussed were obviously the homeless people who haven't consented to be on a by name list are not going to be captured. And we really did think that in part, it's important to look at other social agencies, community partners, to be able to provide an access point for taking those names in. And obviously, as well, for people who have consented to be on a by name list, that they could be advocates for other people who might be unsure about whether or not to have that trust and to go forward and take that step of going on to the list and then being able to access help. And we also were speaking about just the need for educating, informing people in the community about the homeless issue, because there are a lot of misconceptions around it, and that does stop there. I know we heard the speakers talk a little bit about NIMBYism and how that's a real barrier. So thinking that by educating people more about homeless issues, the reality of what that is and how anybody can become homeless, and also having informing people about the success stories around housing people, about getting people housed, that would really help to change attitudes. And just some of the groups that we thought about in our community who may easily get overlooked are people like Loyalist College students. We know that there's a real need for providing adequate housing for Loyalist College students, new immigrants in our community, also, and people on the air base. We know that there's difficulty there for people who have limited income to find adequate housing.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing and for participating. Hearing a lot about engagement, increased data quality, urgency. So just lots of really great things happening in this room. And again, just recognizing that this is the first draft, right? So there's lots of work to do. And I think that this is a great group of folks to come together and do this work from the conversation that we're hearing. So if you can just leave your responses, whatever page you wrote them on, just leave that on your table so that they can be collected afterwards, so we don't lose any of the great feedback today. So thanks again. And I will pass it back to Mayor Ellis.
I don't know how we did this. We were way behind in schedule. Now we're caught up and we're at closing remarks. So I'm sorry I rushed everybody to get here. But on behalf of staff and myself and council, it's great that everybody showed up today and put your input. From here, we're going to take the data and everything that was spoken about. We're going to have Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness look at that along with Hastings County, and hopefully we'll come back with some measurables to council and have a discussion in the council chambers about this. But again, thank all the presenters. Excellent job. It's just been great to be here today. I know we lost some of our crowd, but it was a long day and we all made it. So I've just got to do a formal part here to close the meeting. I need to pass a confirmatory bylaw. That bylaw number 2023-67, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at the special meeting held on April 13, 2023, be read a first, second, third time, and finally passed this 13th day of April 2023. Councillor Brown, Councillor Alsop, all in favor? Carried. And the famous one, motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Kelly, Councillor Millett. All in favor? I don't see all those hands. We're staying. All in favor? Carried. Thank you again, everybody.
On behalf of council, we would like to thank all of you for taking the time in your day today. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Important work.